Evening, Lee. How are you, mate? Hope the sound's coming through okay. I'll just give it a couple of minutes to see if how many people jump online. And cheers. Thank you, mate. Good evening, and Mr. Dare. How the devil are you? Beat me to the punch, Lee. This is just my first. Right, you got a glass or something, Martin? I'd also hope you're fully recovered now. Okay, we'll just see if anybody else joins us. I must say, last time we did this, it took several minutes before the chat started to populate. Good man, mate. Not so much about the drink, but I'm glad to hear that you've nearly recovered. And I hope the other half is well also. Okay, so we've got 4 people in the chat. Thank you for joining us. Be really useful if somebody said, "Oh, there's Paul from Pimp My Diecast. Just listening to Motley Crue." Crikey, that takes me back, mate. Big metal fan from the late 70s, early 80s, I must admit. New wave of British heavy metal. I was there. Big Iron Maiden fan. Good stuff, Martin. Okay. Well, without further ado, then, hopefully we'll get a few more online at some point. Cheers, everybody. Thank you for taking the time. What's mine? I've got a girly whiskey and Coke pull. A Black Sabbath fan. Good man, Martin. Which whiskey? Oh, it's really expensive. Craig and Glen. Oh, Crag and Glen. Sainsbury's Special, bud. But it's a cheap one, so it's I don't mind mixing it with Coke. Green Day all the way. Yes, there's a great clip on Facebook, Lee. You've probably seen it, of the Green Day concert where the crowd are singing Bohemian Rhapsody from start to finish, and it sounds absolutely awesome. Keep it cheap, mate. Keep it cheap. Okay then. Hopefully, as I say, other people will join us. But I've actually made notes. Yay me! Almost like I know what I'm doing. So, a few announcements and some thanks and stuff like that. Firstly, from the bottom of my heart, if anybody can find it, I want to say a huge, huge thank you. We've managed to hit over 100 subscribers on the MLM YouTube channel and also on the Facebook community. And it's thanks to the majority of you guys that help support me and the channel that it's starting to take off a bit. So it wouldn't be possible without my friends from around YouTube. And we've also got support from friends around the world. Yes, that's right. MLM has finally gone international. So pleased with that. MLM on YouTube, I've got as another bit of an announcement. So what I'm going to be doing is, I don't know if everybody's aware of the discussion tab on the YouTube channels. I'm going to be using that to post quick little updates as to when events are taking place and any news I've got going, because it's quicker than creating a video. As anybody who creates these videos knows, it's a hell of a lot quicker just to post something. And if it's all right with Martin and Paul, I'm also going to do that in the Beefeaters channel. Any updates we've got, any news we've got, I'll put in the discussions tab. Yeah, if you go to your channel on YouTube, Paul, there is a tab and it says discussions. Let me know if you can't find it, and then we'll talk about it offline. We'll continue to do the video promos as normal for both channels, for both MLM and the Beefeaters. Please send, if you're taking part in either a Beefeater challenge or an MLM challenge, please send your before and after shots to my email address, and you can find that in the about section of my YouTube channel. Cool, it's all good, PJ, as I'm Paul for that kind of thing. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate the vote of confidence, mate. So yeah, by all means, send all your before and after shots, whether it's an MLM challenge or a Beefeaters build. Send them to my email address, and then I can create the promos for both channel builds. I've got a template, so it doesn't take too long now. Midlife models on Facebook. Now the MLM Facebook page has now become quite an eclectic mix. I'm chuffed to be careful what I say, because we had children on here last time. I'm really pleased. It's great. We've got an eclectic mix of restorers and model makers, whether they be diecast specialists or restorers, like the majority of us, or indeed plastic kit builders. So they've got people like Moz, who does a lot of YouTube videos about Airfix models and catalogues and things like that. So it's a good cross-section of people from all disciplines of model making. So that's really good. I'd like to encourage everybody to carry on posting links to their latest YouTube builds. And as most people know, if you've been following them Facebook channel, at the end of each week, I put up a little snippet spreadsheet. It's almost like a Radio Times TV guide of builds I'm aware of from around YouTube and friends of the channel. And apparently on Facebook now, we've got something called Rooms. And Rooms is almost like Teams or Zoom, if you're familiar with those applications, where we can actually have more people on a live video chat than just staring at my mug all the time. And I want to thank Martin and a guy called Tim Sadler, a friend from work, who tested it with me. So if you're happy to want to do that kind of thing, please use the Rooms facility on the Facebook page. If you want to have a chat with me, or we want to arrange a get together where there's several of us on a video chat, I'm more than happy to do that. It'd be a great thing to test out. So yeah, thanks to Tim and Marty for doing that for us. We've also, if you're not aware, we've also got a Beefeaters channel for the team, for me, Martin, George. Juan was with us for a while, but he's moved on to other things, and we wish him all the best. It was great having him with us at the time, but he wants to concentrate on doing his own thing. Is that what I hear when I get a room? Or a backseat? Yeah. So yeah, we can try, if anybody wants to try the Rooms out. It does sound bad when you look at it that way. Which room do you want to try out? Well, try out the dungeon room. No, we don't want to go there. So yeah, Rooms is a great facility for us to have a live video chat, and we can have more than one person on screen. So, events calendar. What's coming up? I'm aware that the Freeman's Intercity build is due to go live on the 28th. That is a challenge that was set by Mr. James himself from Pimp My Diecast, and the challenge was to take a Matchbox Freeman's Intercity commuter and make it more interesting. Now, I've seen the builds pictures from my colleagues, and I can assure you that they have made the commuter a hell of a lot more interesting than when it started. So that promises to be great. I'm still waiting for several other before and after shots to come in, else I would have published the promo video by now. I will give it till, I don't know, early evening tomorrow, and then if we haven't had any more, I'll publish what we've got live. So that's what's imminently going live. The next three builds, two are mine and one is a Beefeaters. So the next build that I'm aware of that we've got coming up is the Enish. Obviously, one's not enough. Any British Leyland vehicle. No, Paul, he hasn't. I haven't had anything from Time Rider. Throw me. Any British Leyland vehicle is the next MLM The Challenge build. Before and after shots for this are due by the 15th of March, and the videos are due to go live on the 18th. If you're not sure, what a British Leyland vehicle is, I'm sure that our local historian, Mr. James, will be more than happy to answer any questions you've got on whether something is a British Leyland vehicle. He seems to be and happy to be our historian. So I'm quite happily point you in his direction. I had to ask him myself. So if you've got any questions, I'm sure Paul will volunteer. I'm sorry to volunteer you, Paul, to answer any questions on what a British Leyland vehicle is. The next just reading the chat, the next Beefeaters build is for the 27th of April to the 3rd. On the videos go live on the 30th of April, and the pictures before and after are due on the 27th of April. And this is the Woodstock Love or Peace vibe. So you take any vehicle and give it a love or peace vibe. This was suggested by Juan when Juan was with us, and I don't see any reason why we shouldn't follow it through. There's quite a lot of builds going on. I'm aware of that. So MLM have got 1 month. Beefeaters have got another month. We've kind of distanced ourselves from other groups because it just became too complicated. So that's where we are. And I have got a full build-off sheet for both MLM and the Beefeaters. And if anybody wants a copy, you know how to contact me either on Facebook or drop me a message in the comments below, and I'll get a copy of this build sent off to you. Not a problem. So just to recap, MLM, any British Leyland vehicle, 15th of March, before and after shots, 18th of March, live videos. Beefeaters, Woodstock, Love or Peace, before and after shots on the 27th of April, videos to go live on the 30th of April. And finally, because I think 3 is enough to be going on with, as I say, you can have a copy of this build sheet. I'm more than happy to post it to anybody or email it to anybody. In May, we've got the MLM Build Any Plastic Starter Kit build. That's build a lot. So this was a result of the last live discussion we had. And we kind of came up with the idea of, if you, as a kid, you're familiar with doing Airfix models and Revell models, but to keep the costs under control, it was go and find yourself a starter kit. So we talked about Aldi and Lidl and the range having a small selection of starter kits. And when I went and had a look, it was a very small selection. They were mainly planes, which is great if you like doing your planes. That's not a problem. I've got no issue with planes. But I went onto Amazon and I got the Aston Martin DB5. And I think it was about 13 quid. But as you can see up here, it does say it's a starter set. So that's my workaround. And I wanted to do a car. But I noticed that Martin said, we've been chatting in Facebook, and he's had several parcels delivered now that have been damaged. Mine was crushed, Martin, when it was delivered from Amazon. Go on to Amazon Lee and just type in Airfix starter kit, and there's plenty of time. It's not due till May. If you want to take part, have a crack at it. Like I say, I've got a Prime account, so I think I got it for about 13 quid. So, and more often than not, I won't be, well, probably not using the colours that it comes supplied with. I'll be treating it as a ruin to refresh build. So build the model and spray it with the rattle cans like I usually do with a car. That's the idea. I will mention a couple of other events. Here's Ricky from Erie Fixed Diecast. Welcome, Ricky. Good to see you, mate. Thanks for joining us. I will mention another couple of... we've rearranged the builds. Oh, sorry, I've rearranged the MLM builds due to some of the suggestions that came up from the last live discussion that we had. And one of them was from my mate Gary. And he said, why don't you do a motorbike build? So, as always, I went nuts and I managed to get a Tonka Toy Easy Rider. This isn't the first one I got. This is the second version of this. The other one's in bits, if you've seen the picture on Facebook. And then I got a couple of these Matchbox. One's a sidecar, one's a police bike. And I've got yet another one coming, another Tonka one coming next week. You can do planes. It doesn't have to be a car, Lee, by the way. It was just my choice. I've the last Airfix model I did was the Iron Maiden Spitfire. So I just wanted to have a go at doing a car. I haven't done a car for a while. I did the Land Rover. I'll show you a picture of that, mate, when I'll post you a picture of that on Facebook of the Land Rover I did. That was quite fun. So, yeah, any plastic build, a plastic build kit, and that is for May. January, February, March, April, May. Yeah. So, plastic model starter kit in May. It's just answering Ricky's comment there. It's just a build we're doing, Ricky, in when's it gonna be? That's not till July. So if you've got one that you want to put up, you want to have a go at and do it in July, you're more than welcome to join our MLM The Challenge motorbike restoration. Yeah, Paul says you can get tanks as well. The idea is it's just a starter kit. Doesn't matter what type of vehicle it is, just as long as it's a budget starter kit, because we don't want people spending bucket loads of money. Going back to the any British Leyland vehicle, I'll be doing the Jaguar XJ6. So I've made a start on it. It's pretty much rack and ruin at the minute, but I'll probably be changing the colour and juicing it up a bit. So we've got that. And then further down the line, I'll put dates up as we get closer to them. We've got the Corgi Batmobile. Me and Mr. Dare were talking about this, and now Paul's joined in. The idea is and I know this one can work out quite expensive because you may have to get 2 or 3 models to complete. But I started one. I'm going to have to strip it back because this is when I first took up the hobby, and I painted it before I drilled the post holes. So I'm going to end up stripping this and starting doing this again. So we've got the Corgi Batman 66 TV series build, and that'll be coming up in November now. So that gives anybody who's daft enough to want to take on this challenge time to get a couple of models off eBay or a model and get the spares for it. Also, what we've got coming up, this is another one that me and Mr. Dare have talked about, is a Jerry Anderson special. And I've got the UFO Interceptor It's not in bad condition, to be fair, but it does want a bit of work doing onto it. Sorry about the glare. It wants a repainting and the stickers doing. So I'll be doing that as part of my Jerry Anderson build-offs, MLM build-off, and that comes out in September. So I think that covers about all the announcements and all that kind of stuff. Okay, let's have a look what we've got here. So Ricky says, Juan did a motorcycle video today also. Yeah, I noticed that, Ricky. I'm going to have a look at that. It was an Easy Rider, if I remember, a custom chopper. You're welcome to join in, mate, with any builds that we do. If you want me to send you a copy of, if you just joined us and you didn't see this, I've got a set of build-off dates and challenges here for both MLM and the Beefeaters. Drop me a line, mate, and I will quite happily email you a copy of our builds throughout the year. So that's that. Mr. James, you part with a plane for some beer. You want to part with a plane for some beer tokens? That sounds like my kind of deal. What's that in good nick for a BL Jag? What's that in good nick for a BL Jag, British Leyland Jag? The model version of the British Leyland Jag is probably better than the real version, Martin. No problem. No problem, Ricky. I won't post your email. I won't unhide your email address. I'll copy that out and stick it onto the build spreadsheet that I keep. So we'll copy that, and I'll just bang that into Notepad. Just bear with me, folks. Hey, Ricky, I've got that, mate. I'll quite happily send you a copy. I'll do that after this session. What else? Okay, people will know that I rant and rave about the Dremel. This is the Dremel Light 850. But I did read online. This doesn't fall within the batch that there's been complaints about, but apparently Dremel have had to recall a load of these because they've overheated. I've had no problems with mine as yet. I love this little Dremel tool, but I did go and get its bigger brother, which is the 8220, and believe it or not, this doesn't cost much more than this. They're around about, each one was around about £110, but I can't seem to find this anywhere anymore. It's a real struggle to get hold of one. I'm Mr. P. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. So I'll be trying that, the bigger brother version of the Dremel out when I strip this and wire brush it, etc. So it looks like Lee and Paul are striking a deal over changing models. And oh yeah, we had a new we've got a new background. I haven't decided what I'm going to do with it yet. If you want the instructions for it, it is get some bits of wood and screw it together. It's about all there was. There's some L-shaped brackets on the back holding it all together. But I might paint it white. Paul suggested putting a green screen blanket sheet over the back of it. I have got a green screen, but you're a bit limited what you can do with the webcam version of streaming. So I haven't got the mini USB rechargeable Dremel. I haven't got the mini. This is the micro. I haven't seen a mini, to be honest, Paul. If you've got a link to it, mate, send it me on Facebook, and I'll have a goosey. But this one, I still rate this. I think this is a brilliant little tool. I'd be lost without that. I think somebody once suggested doing a build where you're not allowed to use any power tools. Crikey, I'd be at that for. That'd take me weeks. Imagine polishing all the models by hand. Take care, Ricky. Thanks for dropping by, mate. I'll post that onto you. That build sheet. Take care, mate. Have a good weekend. Yeah. So yeah, by all means, Paul, send me a link to that. Okay. Yeah. I've never seen a mini. I will have a look at that. Don't make me buy something else, mate. I'm in trouble as it is most of the time. Cheers. Time for a refill. Yeah, Ricky. Yeah, broke the rear wheel already, Ricky. Check out my film on TV car build on YouTube too. So I saw your top part in the was it the Diecast Mafia TV build, Paul? I just purchased a Dremel Flexi drive for my Dremel. Not as bulky and a lot easier to use. Cool. I'll have a look at that, Paul. Thanks for that. Yeah, I'd agreed, Mr. P. I could get the. In fact, I'm pretty sure I've got one. Is one of the stands that you can suspend this from, and get the attachment. I just like the freedom that this little baby gives you. It's so light. I mean, it's one you can. It's almost like a pen. You know, it's really good. Yeah, I've seen your version, mate, Martin. I think it's whatever. If it works for you, you get what you can that works for you. I mean, it's all right getting one of these, but you still have to keep paying out for accessories. You know. That's why I like Lads Night Out down Lidl. More often than not, you can get a pack of parkside attachments. I spend more money down Lidl than I do in the hobby shop. Okay, one for more wizard. So what else have people got going on? Like we've got through all these announcements and what have you. I just say, Mr. P. I don't know whether you heard before you got here. I've got a spreadsheet of builds, and if you'd like a copy of it, if you're interested in doing any of our builds, I'm more than happy to email you a version of it. We will be doing the plastic kit, the starter kit. Excuse me. So Paul's saying the Mini has a much more lower speed, so better for buffing screens. Lee saying he's using the Dremel 3000. I sometimes think that Mr. Dare can probably get a better finish with some sanding blocks than the rest of us can with a bloody Dremel. If you want to see a good polishing job, I always remember watching Martin's video on the James Bond Lotus Esprit, where he cleaned up the black windscreen. He did a fantastic job, and it was all with some sanding blocks and a buffing tool. Well, a buffing section on the sanding blocks, I think, if I remember rightly, Martin. I've yet to watch your was it called a crappy unboxing, Paul? I must watch that later on. Good strong wrist action. Oh, be careful. Probably that's why I use one of these, mate. Limp wrist. You know what I mean? The Impala, yes. Let me just. I'll show you the Impala I've got. Sorry, unprofessional. So there's my Impala, the one I've been doing. I had to make a new aerial for it, but I'm not altogether struck on the chrome. I use the chrome pen, and I'm not sure whether I'm happy with it or not. Laz, hello, my friend. Welcome along. Good to see you. You got that glass of wine. So yeah, at a distance, I'm not saying I'm a perfectionist, but it's just outside. It's just outside the lines, the chromers. So I'm a bit annoyed about that, because the black finish on it was fantastic. Milk, bloody milk. What's wrong with you? But I wanted to do the, I think it's the 67 version of the Impala, which is the one that features in the Supernatural TV series. And trying to get up, my daughter wants me to do the Christine car. Is it a Fury? Can't remember off the top of my head. Yeah, he's drinking fucking milk. What's wrong with you? Social distance with less. Yes. If you drink milk, you'll get instant social distancing. So Plymouth Fury, that's the one, yeah. But the only ones I can see on eBay are either in immaculate condition already, or they want an arm and a leg for them. And I've managed, I can't quite believe this, managed to get Paul Restorer to take part in the any British Leyland vehicle, boys. So he's done a fire engine. Hi Jackie, how you doing, mate? Cheers to you, my friend. The only thing is, he's like posted it a month early, but there you go. Well done, Jack. Proud of you. Here's Mark from Matchbox. Mark, thank you, mate. Thank you for dropping by. I want to give a quick shout out and thank you to Mark, who's helped spread the word on the other side of the pond, and a shout out to Mark's team. So, as you know, me, Martin, George, and Paul have got the beef eaters, and Mark at Matchbox Mark, Opa's Diecast Restorations, Ron at Sumo Diecast, and Cole at Kuda's Diecast Customs, and 2AHD Cat have got their own team called Diecast Outlaws, and I think Paul from Pimp My Diecast has already taken part in one of their challenges. My apologies, Mark. I'm trying to do builds for the beef eaters. I'm trying to do builds for MLM and do a lot of admin work, but I do keep track of your guys' videos, and it's always a pleasure to give you guys a shout out on the Facebook page. And thank you also for taking part in our builds. It's really appreciated. I like to keep the builds for, I think, for both channels. The beef eater challenges are the ones that Martin, Paul, George, and myself agreed upon. You know, we had a lot of input into agreeing what we'd do for the beef eaters. The MLM ones are my challenges, but on both sides, on both channels, we like to keep the builds pretty generic, so they're easy to do and easy to find a model to do them with, if that makes sense. Andrew, good evening. Good evening to you, sir. Thank you for joining us. Andrew from Maple Leaf Matchbox Makeovers. And here's Moz. Moz from 6510. Moz has recently put up a new catalogue, page-by-page catalogue. And Juan, good evening, my friend. I hope you're well. Yeah, we're all good, mate. I think the drinking can commence. The boys are in town. I on behalf of the beef eaters and myself, Mark, I appreciate that. And thank you for taking part. We're drinking anything we can get hold of, Moz. So I'm on whiskey and coke. A couple of the guys are on wine, and a big shout out to Laz, who's drinking milk. I'm getting confused now. Okay, so let's just run down a few of these. One says, "Hey PJRs, things are really good, mate. Thank you. I hope you're well. Going to watch your custom chopper build later on." Mark says, "I'm only going to do beef eaters and MLM from now on. No more mice for me." I feel a lot of. I haven't got no issue with the mice as such, but we had a bit of dates were a bit of an issue, so I'll leave it at that. What are we all drinking? I have no idea how you pronounce that one. I'm on Rioja. If I got that right, great. Lee's on meths. Oh, great. Laz, I'll have one of them milk headaches tomorrow. That's fair enough, Mark. Enough said, mate. We tried to space we're trying to space these out as much as we can. But what I will say is nobody is obliged, as you're all aware, to have to do any of these builds. You just do the ones that you're interested in. And the only reason that I published my builds were it was just a way of filling time. And if anybody wanted to take part, like the Batmobile build or the bike build off or the plastic model kit, I just threw it out there so that if people want to take part, they could do. And thankfully, I don't need to have 1,000 people take part in our builds. 3 or 4, 5 or 6. It's great. So yeah, Matchbox Mark is moving to England. Right. Do tell Mark, where are you moving to? What area of England are you moving to? I hope you haven't brought anywhere, because if you haven't, then move to Derby. Pass me a mess. I think this mess can become a. I can't pass it to you, mate. But if you're desperate, I'll send you a bottle up. I don't want you. There's a lot of glare on this. Baratine, methylated spirit. I'm on Terps Chasers too. Methylated spirits with Terps Chasers, turpentine to the rest of to everybody else. So, Mark saying I wish. Okay, sorry, mate. I think these northern boys need to find a proper pub. Just so that you're aware, Martin is south of me. Lee and Paul are north of me. I'm in the Midlands, by the way, and George is off to the west in somewhere called Wales, I think. I hope he's not online. He'll strip me a good one. He's the only Welshman with a Scouse accent that I know. Perhaps we ought to have a midlife models live discussion, mixer and chaser chat, or how long it takes you to build a plastic model whilst you're drinking a bottle of something strong. I tried, in answer to Mark's point, well, it wasn't a question. Do you like my Saturday 1 to 75 restos? I try to get around as many builds as I can as a part of building the YouTube. We have something over here, Mark, called the Radio Times, which basically shows you everything that's on TV. So I thought it'd just be a good idea to show episodes of people who support me and the MLM channel and the Beefeaters, and just post a spreadsheet, if you like, of the latest builds from you guys on a Friday night, which I try to do. I don't know of another channel. Yeah, I know the Mice do a live chat, but I'm not aware of another YouTube channel, and that's not a trumpet blow, that has brought so many builders together in one chat and, you know, swapping and changing ideas and listening to what people say. And if they say, well, why don't we try this, then we give it a go. Like, so I think it's kind of yes, I'm hosting it, that's fine, but it's a voice for everybody to get together, as we are doing in the chat, as you guys do in the chat, sharing ideas, tips, hints, you name it, building up subscriptions to each other's channels. What comes around goes around. You know, you've got to pay it forward a bit. So that's why I don't mind doing the TV, the YouTube guide on a Friday night. It's just paying it back to people who supported the Facebook page. But Moz, what I found out is that if you, I don't know about podcasts. I could commit to buying a pro Zoom license. That's about 120 quid a year, and then the beefeaters could effectively do a 4-person video chat live on YouTube. We're currently trialing rooms on Facebook. So although I do this YouTube, or I've started to do this YouTube event at the end of each month, I might start to do a Facebook rooms event once a month as well. So I might have one at the beginning of the month and the other at the end of the month. Yes, you do need OBS, and it was really slow for me. And then I couldn't believe the difference of just going live with a webcam, because what I tend to do is if I'm going to get something, I usually spend much more money than I need to. And I got a 20 quid webcam and never looked back since then. Thanks, Moz. It'd be great just to have 2 or 3 people try it on Facebook, and I think if we could get, as I say, 2 or 3 people, it'd really take off. So by all means, if you're on Facebook, just send me a message and we'll have a go at it. Oh, sorry, on Zoom you're on about. Sorry, yes. I have got the free version of Zoom. Martin was having a go at it as well, but I was having problems sending email invitations out from the Zoom desktop app, but I might get the pro version anyway. Paul's always confused by technology. Bless him. That's why it takes you long to polish and wire brushing models. It's because you're using the wrong end of the I don't know where I'm going with this. Wrong end of your Dremel. One of the challenges we've got, Moz, is to build a plastic kit. The only proviso is it's a starter kit, and I saw that selection of Spitfires that you've got, mate. They look awesome. I think I responded. I have got the Iron Maiden Spitfire, which I really enjoyed doing. It took me back years. It's a while since I've done the done a plastic kit, and I've also got the Land Rover Safari as a plastic model kit. We'll pull you out of Mr. James does make me laugh. So Mozzie saying I'm mainly into plastic kits, but happy to talk and chat about that. Not a problem, mate. The Midlife Models Facebook community is a eclectic mix, as I like to say, of modelers from all disciplines, whether it be die-cast, whether it be plastic. That was the idea behind it. Mark said, I know it's expensive to ship, but are there any easy to find castings in Europe? Here, Siku and majorettes are tough to find. If any of you are looking for something here, let me know. What frustrates me about that, Mark, is we have car boot sales over here where you get people basically putting up a bench in a field, lots of them, and they sell their old possessions. And I used to really enjoy going around there once I took up this hobby, looking for die-cast vehicles. And then no sooner had it started up again than it was closed down because of this fucking virus. Yeah, I enjoyed doing it, Moz. Knowing what I know now, I'd have probably used I'm all into my rattle cans now. I probably primed it with a Tamiya spray and then rattle can the roof and the body. So Mike was saying about Siku and majorettes are tough to find. I've just brought a brand new. It's in front of my mock diorama garage. A brand new Siku carrier, and they're selling them in. If you live in the UK, you may be aware that there is a garden centre called Dobby's, as in Dobby from Harry Potter, and they've got they own. I think they've brought out a load of garden centres basically, but they also include toy stands and books and all kinds of hobby things. And they were selling the brand new range of Siku vehicles in there. Majorettes are one of my favourite cars to build. I've actually got one there, which is the Simca 1308. I think they developed the best suspension and axle fitting ever. Love doing majorettes, and the detail on them was really good as well for such a small vehicle. Yeah, I'm no. So I'll just go down some of these. I like eclectic blows, says Moz. Paul, I know, has got a load of model kits. I have 200 kits, possibly 300, might be 400. I don't know. Laz offering to exchange some majorette cars. Again, Lee offering to ship out some majorettes. Yeah, I remember seeing that, Laz. You were at a store. I'm sure it was you. And you took a camera around and you were looking at die-cast vehicles in cabinets. Martin's got a big stock of kits too. Moz, people poo-poo the rattle cans, but Umbro rattle cans are stunning. I started off using the small pots of Umbral and Revel paints, the enamels. But I just find it too bloody expensive. I can get 10 times as much in a rattle can for the same price. So, and I mainly use, thanks to Mr. Dare, the iCoat selection of rattle cans. They're absolutely stunning. They're British Racing Green and the BMW Black Sapphire are two of my favourite colours. Situation meant Siku, predictive text. Mark saying, Majorette, my second favourite. We should exchange as something fun. You ship to me, I ship to you. Why not? That's what the community is all about. Paul saying Siku are expensive, wherever you are, original French majorettes are climbing in value. You can get lots from France, but postage kills it. The new Siku range, Paul, is bloody expensive. I'll tell you that as well. Yeah, as shipping kills us all. Warren saying lots of nice majorettes and Siku out there. Sometimes you can drop really lucky on eBay in a diecast job lot, and you can get some nice little Siku, some nice little majorettes models in there. But people, as me and some of the guys have been talking about, people think they're selling the family jewels on eBay now. So Paul saying Pound Shop do a basic range of primers and basic colours. Yeah, and yet one is in Rotherham. Mark saying, I went from Tamiya bottles and sprays to big aerosol cans. Now I'm back to Tamiya aerosols cans. I like a firehouse. What I do like from Tamiya is the light grey primer. I don't think you can fault it. Mark Lee saying, cool one, thought you was great. I'm in Oldham. So we've got quite a few of the northern boys here. Mr. P, question, are there varying quality of decal papers out there? I will say I haven't got a laser printer, Mr. P. I've got a pretty much bog standard inkjet printer. So you can get two types of decal paper, as I'm sure you're aware. You can get laser decal paper, and you can get inkjet paper. I've found with the inkjet decals, they can fray around the edges, and you lose some of the definition on them, and they're very stretchy as well. So if you're going to do a rather large decal, you might lose quite a bit of the definition on it. Almost tempted to get a small laser printer and try the laser printer version of the decal paper. But whether there are varying grades of desk jet decal papers and laser decal papers, I'm not sure. I just got a clear and a white for the desk jet. I don't know whether that answers your question or not, but it's just been, that's what my experience has been. Pimp and Diecast Siku have always been expensive. Yes, they bloody have. Andrew saying, I'm in Siku / Majorette Central. Yes, because you're in Europe. Here in Basel, bordering both France and Germany. Problem is the borders have been closed since Christmas, with no indication of them opening up anytime soon. It's the same for all of us, Andrew, I'm afraid. Mark saying he uses Nordic paper, I think. I think that the problem we find over here, and you find over there in the US, Mark, is that a lot of the products we use and a lot of the products you use don't mix. We can't get them over here, and you can't get, like you're saying, a lot of the majorette type vehicles over there. I mean, we pay a fortune for the floor polish. I've got it. Well, looking at everything, we're paying something like anything between £12 to £15 for a bottle of this. You just can't get it over here. They revive it. I have to get it off. It's either eBay or Amazon. So one, I've played with my band net. Sorry, let me just get to the right place. I use Nordic paper. I'll have to look that up, Mark. If we can get it, I might give it a go. Paul's saying, I have a large Sicko Mercedes mobile crane. Matchbox Spark saying, Andrew, you're right. We're about one. I agree with Moss saying, I agree with that, matey. The Tammy Primer is brilliant. Yeah, it is, mate. It is quite pricey, but it's one of the best products that they make, I think. I must get into doing airbrushing again at some point. I agree with that, matey. What's the band name? One says, I think that's Whittles. Have you got any YouTube videos? One, have you played in your band? I'd be interested in seeing that. So, Moz saying to Mr. P, I watched your video riding your bike to Heathfield. I work out there too. Mr. P's done some cracking videos about bike riding, motorbike riding, that is. Yeah, Mark saying it might be geographic specific too, possibly so, mate. No worries, Mr. P. I don't know if that's been of any help to you. Sometimes, I mean, I seek a lot of advice from the team, and other times you just got to give something a go. But my frustration with things like decal paper, 5 sheets can be a tenner. It's quite expensive stuff to mess around with, and you want to use every square inch of it. You know what? I tend to print a strip of decals and then just keep printing strips until the paper's effectively run out. Paul's got a alternative channel where he's done my biking videos. Check out Wild Horses Shadwell. Mr. P saying to Moz, it's a small world. Great bunch of people, says one. I'll look at your group. So Mr. P saying to Moz, who do you work for in Heathfield? Yeah, Lee saying I can't print, so end up buying decals off eBay. I use Astonish floor stuff. Yeah, one of the biggest problems I'm having trouble getting hold of, one of the biggest things I'm having problems getting hold of at the moment is caustic soda. I've got a couple of bottles in stock, but things seem to be drying up quite a bit. Andrew saying, and I use international email depot across the border in Germany. I've got a growing stack of hobby supplies that I haven't been able to pick up for months now. I can understand your frustration, Andrew. It's $379 US for a 10mm bottle here. Okay. Amazon won't ship to Switzerland, and most eBay sellers won't either. Switzerland is a non-EU country, so shipping direct to me is expensive. Frustrating, I can imagine, Andrew. Moz works tool spares. Our mate is saying, yes, PJ, lots of vids on YouTube. Just look for Hellbent Forever. I'll make a note of that, and I'll have a look, mate. Matchbox. Can of worms you're opening here, buddy, I believe. Not to talk politics, how is the vibe over there with our new president? Just wondering. What can I say? That won't open a can of worms. It was a fascinating. It's been a fascinating thing to watch for me over the last several months, Mark. The transition between one president and another, and the showbiz and the politics behind it all are found fascinating. I'll leave it at that. Anyone received the email from Airfix that they buggered up their Airfix club and have now suspended it? I saw something about that. Because didn't you get stamps or something for a model was worth so many stamps, I believe. And the more stamps you collected, it went to you could buy a model eventually. Paul said, I got my caustic soda on eBay, no props. What we've got near me, Paul, we've got this big pet superstore. Part of it's been converted into they sell kitchen supplies and stuff like that. I don't think they're doing enough business on the garden and pet supplies side of things, so they opened up another section of it. And caustic soda is one of the first things that they run out of as soon as they get it in. Martin saying, not heard much, Mark. How are you getting on with him? Talking about Biden, I believe. Andrew, if you need anything, let me know. I'll get it for you. Again, Martin saying, yeah, eBay for caustic soda. Probably so. I could probably work out cheaper to get a box of the stuff. Laz is saying to Mark, email with your address and I'll look up some cars for you. No worms over there. Let's put more. Awesome, Laz. Email me at. Yeah, I think I've already got your email address as well, Mark. I think I sent you the build list for MLM and the Beefeaters. Lee is saying he managed to get 3 kgs of caustic soda off a supporter. Awesome, mate. Paul, Switzerland just ripped up its application to join the EU. They gave up with them. Others need to leave. They do not listen and are hopeless through too much bureaucracy. Yeah, not getting into politics. So, yeah, just picking up on that, Moz. Yeah, you get flying hours per model. If you collected enough, you could get a new model for free. It's like the SO Tiger tokens. Get enough and you'll get a speedboat. Bit like Bullseye. Yeah, you've won a speedboat. No, that's no good to me in Tamworth. I always remember that episode. Look what you could have won. Yeah, thankfully we didn't win it. Lads saying I like station wagons from Greenlight and motorhomes. This is what you could have won. Absolutely, Mr. D. I've got no problems with you typing your email address, Laz. Absolutely up to you, my friend. Yes. So, yeah, Mark saying yes, you did. So, great. In my Diecast, you only need 100 models for enough flying hours for a 172 scale chipmunk. How many flying hours do you get per model? Does it depend on the size? Well, it's irrelevant now if they stop the club. Martin Durs, Dinky Restorations, Mr. P, loads of love. Andrew saying, thanks, Mark. I knew you would. I can source most anything I really need over here. Just can't pick it up for the moment. Warren saying, I'm out of here, working early tomorrow. Peace and love to everyone. All the best, my friend. Take care, Warren. Hopefully we'll see you again soon. Mr. James. Won some water skis last month, spent the month looking for a lake with a slope. Boom, he's here all week. Can't beat a good dad joke. So Mark saying, I wish I got stationed in England when I was in the Air Force. We have Lakenheath and Mildenhall Air Force Base. Last saying, your creations are amazing. So Moz saying, I'll be in touch about Zoom. Be good having a chat with fellow scale models. I'm off now for the washing machine. Want to go to bed. I need to walk the dog. Take it easy, Moz. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it. And with that being said, I think it's time for a refill. So I'm going to throw this up there again. Martin, I believe you've got one of these knocking about somewhere, and it's thanks to you. I now know what colour paint you should be using. So hopefully we'll come to an arrangement when we want to do this interceptor. Moz saying cheers all. Sorry, I'm being totally unprofessional. Well, actually, I'm being very professional. I'm not a good professional unless you've got a drink. Cheers again. So, bit of a recap in case people have joined since we did the announcements. A massive thank you to everybody who's supported the Beefeaters. the Midlife Models YouTube channel and the Midlife Models Facebook channel. It's great that you're supporting both our teams. Well, me and the Beefeaters team. It's great, and I'm not speaking for the other guys, but we appreciate it. It's 3:20, too early for the sauce. Yeah, you try and convince Mr. James about that, Mark. I think he'll argue his case quite strongly. It's 3:20, too early for the sauce. Paul saying use Tamiya clear yellow with a small amount of clear green to make a candy and spray over a glittery silver. So last saying I use Plasticoat Clear spray on my models, but it's from Holland, now out of stock in range. And I'll take it that's the range that you're on about there, lass. It's so expensive online. Plasticoat I managed to get from B&M. So if you've got B&M, try one of them. I get the iCoat selection is great at the range if you've got a range near you, and the Plasticoat I tend to find more of it readily available in a B&M. I've also got a screenshot, lads, if I remember rightly. I'll post it in the Facebook channel at some point. I actually took my phone down there and took a picture of the selection of colours for iCoat. What's the name? It escapes me. It come to me. Alfred's do a fairly decent clear spray and primer. I think about £6 a tin. Tried them all. Do any of you ever visit the States? I'm close to Vegas and California. Never been to the States, Mark. So I think, as I said, he used to live in Florida, if that's FL. Yeah. What you tend to find is what I like to see when I'm watching YouTube videos from our friends over the pond is their selection of vehicles is totally different to us. It's very, without sound being insensitive, very US orientated, where we tend to go for a lot of European stroke British models. So when you do these Gasland builds, Paul saying I'd like to visit the States to fill my suitcase with gear. Yeah, I can understand why. Mark's never been to Florida. And Martin backing up to lads, try the iCoat Clear, lads. Yeah, I've got some iCoat Clear as well, Martin. And your recommendations on colours are superb, my friend. Especially the red. I think it's actually called it's red orange. I can't remember what it's called off the top of my head, Martin. But the metallic red for the Captain Scarlet pursuit vehicle, that is just stunning. Paul said they'd probably deport me as soon as I got in. I think Facebook are trying to do that to him already. Andrew saying, I've been to 47 of 50 states. That's a well-travelled gentleman. That's very kind of you, Mark, says Martin. As Mark is offering to open his house to everybody. Andrew, you were my neighbour. I've been to Victoria, Quebec, and Montreal, says Mark. He's saying, cheers, Mark. I'll bring the meth, terps, and lemonade. True, Brett. Easy on that lemonade there. Mr. P, anyone here recommend a liquid masking agent? Tried Umbral and Vallejo variants, not too impressed by either of them. I have to hold my hands up, Mr. P. Never tried the masking agent. I did look at it for use on the Spitfire camo, if I'm thinking of the same thing, if we're talking about the same kind of thing, but I never got around to using it, and I did it freehand. Martin or Paul might have a better idea on that. Lee saying, I've been to Kissimmee, Florida. Andrew, I've been thinking about whenever we can start traveling again, I'd like to visit a bunch of you guys to see what you're doing on your hobby benches. I love the layout of your new workshop, Andrew. Well done on that, mate. It looks fabulous. I'm sitting in a very crowded front room. That's part of the reason why I've got this new screen up. Paul saying, being good, not being bad for ages. I'm trying to keep you clean, mate. Trying my best. Lee says, I'll bring a drop of thinners for you. What a mix that is. Terps, meth, and thinners. Wow. We know how to do our mixers, boys. So Andrew saying it's been fun to develop these online friendships over the common hobby. It's one of the most, as far as chat help and advice goes, I think it's one of the more gentler, if that's a way of putting it, things you can take part in. You don't get too many foul-mouthed yobbos, although I have seemed to inherit a one-off troll who disliked. I put an advert up and even that got disliked, and it's only one, so I don't care. Mark said I was temporary duty in Turkey and the brick tent was off limits to us. You guys like to have fun. We do like our fun's one way of putting it, yeah. So Paul saying, although nearly got a biking at work the other day because a nurse complained about a patient saying she had a big arse. All I said was at least his eyesight is good. You is a bad man, Mr. James. But he's got a wicked sense of humour. Love him for it. Yeah, so just to recap them, we hit 100 subscribers on the MLM Facebook community page. Thank you, guys. Much appreciated. We also passed over 100 on the MLM YouTube channel. I was over the moon having 100 subscribers. I don't know what I'd be interested to see what other people think or what their recollections are of hitting certain milestones. Hitting 100 subscribers, I felt like I'd won the lottery. It was just superb. Mark saying he's got to go. Love you guys with all my heart. The comment is thrown right back at you, mate. I'm honoured that you and the guys over in the States take time to join us. It's really appreciated. So yeah, 100 subscribers on both media. That's great. It would be great if I think I've already mentioned this, but I'm not sure who was online at the time. If on the Facebook page, it'd be great to get at least 3 or 4 people using the Rooms video chat to give that a bit of a trial. I mean, we could have a face-to-face. Don't be shy. Just give me a heads up on Facebook. I'm willing to get on there and have a face-to-face chat with anybody and just shoot the breeze about models, diecast, whatever. That'd be great. Although nearly got a Martin Dare's laughing his bloody socks off, which doesn't surprise me. Yeah, anyone's welcome to drop in. Mr. P, Moltow do a range of masking pens. Molotov. I think that's what Martin means. Yeah. I've recently, I'll say recently, quite a while ago now, I got the all-in-one 267 orange Martin that Bob used to do the Batmobile with. Mr. P say, thanks, Martin. I'll take a look. We are family here. Not one bad word yet. We have the banter. That's why we enjoy this hobby. You know what? That deserves a well said, Lee. Well said. Absolutely spot on. My advice to you, Lee, is get some more builds done. We'll post them, as always, and then post them on the Facebook page. What we might do outside, I'll have a chat. Perhaps we'll use the Facebook rooms if you're up for it, and we'll come up with a joint challenge. We'll do a build-off together if you like. The latest mark, keep up the 1 to 75. Much more spot. Thank you all. Catch you later, Martin Dinky. Martin says, PJ, you can be my new therapist. I'm expensive, Martin. Really am. Unless you just chuck cheap Sainsbury's scotch at me, then I'll do it for free. Bye, Mark. It'll come. Lee, Paul's responding to Lee saying it'll come. Yeah, these. I don't want to be a 40,000 subscriber YouTuber, because I think that comes with its own added pressure. I mean, I've seen guys chucking out 2 or 3 builds a week. Well, yeah, I can't afford to give up work and do this full time. KC's joined us from Metal Menu 3D and Diecast Workshop. KC's in Tasmania, Australia. Thanks for popping along, KC. Much appreciated as always. Paul saying is yeah. There's a lot of us doing the same kind of thing, but I probably got as much satisfaction out of getting 100 subscribers as some people have got for getting 10,000 subscribers. And I think you can, if you've got that many subscribers as well, you can lose that personal getting to know somebody one-on-one kind of thing. I'm pretty sure that I know or I've chatted to most of the people who have commented on my channel, and I think that's part of the joy of it. So yeah, evening, Casey. Welcome along, mate. Thanks for joining us. It's 9 a.m. in the morning there. I can't. Lee saying he's up for that. I'm up for that, PJ. So just to bring everybody back into the loop, on the MLM Facebook page, if you're not on there, by all means, have a look for Midlife Models on Facebook. We approve members pretty much as soon as we get them. I know Paul's been helping me out by approving members, so I appreciate that, Paul. That's gone up to about, I think it's 105 in the community now. The majority being either friends, my friends or family, and or builders stroke restorers. So we've got a real good mix of different types of builders, plastic models, die-cast, etc., etc. But we've got this facility on there called Rooms, and it's where we can have an absolute bucket load of people in a live video chat. I'd like to try and use it. I think we'd have to put probably a restriction on there of 10 users at a time, because you just get this cross chatting going on. But we'll have a go at that, Lee, if you're up for it, and we'll have a chat on Facebook Rooms. And if anybody wants to join in, by all means do so. We have PJ, but out of stock. That's the plastic coat. I take it you're on about, Laz. Yeah, everything's soon running out of stock at the minute. KC saying he's all good, thanks. And I said I'll look that up, PJ. No worries, buddy. Like Paul, I'm spot on, Mr. James, who is saying I would rather have 100 that interact and watch than 3K that never pop in. Yeah, totally agree, mate. I love this chart. This is fantastic. Seeing so many different. I still find it a little bit humbling that we've got so many guys interacting with each other, which is fantastic. And don't forget, you can use the Facebook community page to do exactly the same thing. KC saying, looking forward to joining you guys in April, May builds. Before I go on to this schedule, Mr. P saying, got to go, time for bed. The missus is giving me that look, if you know what I mean. Clock's away, the chock's away, old chap's toodle pip. Thanks for dropping by, Mr. P. Your involvement and interaction is much appreciated, as always, my friend. Thank you. So, KC, we have I don't know whether I've already sent this to you. If not, I'm quite happy to do so. If you want to drop me your email address, PM me your email address, or you can find it in the About section of my channel. And I'll quite happily email you a schedule of all the builds we've got coming up throughout this year, whether it be the Beefeaters or MLM. And it goes into up to May next year. Martin saying, I know that look. See you later. Okay, let me just, there's a couple of email addresses I just need to copy out and put into Notepad. I respect people's privacy, so I'm not going to show that email address, Casey. But I've taken a copy of it and I will be forwarding you a copy of the schedule. So thanks for that, mate. Casey's just saying I'm trying to get my backlog done. All those enough. That 100 sounds right to me, Mr. James. I'm always up for Facebook video chat, mate. Need to speak to you anyway. Not a problem. I think it might mean me actually, but not a problem. Doing well, thanks, Cobb. I hope all is well down under. See you, Martin. Okay, PJ, can I make a shameless plug for my YouTube channel's 1 year anniversary invitational? Of course you can, Andrew. And by all means, please post it on the MLM Facebook community channel. Vaping like a trooper. Awesome, thanks for that. Pimp my diecast chops away, Martin. Night, dude. Looking forward to Andrew's Porsche build celebrating 1 year and 1,000 subs. Congratulations on that, by the way, Andrew. I think we may have a bit of confusion about who's logging off and who's not. However, Martin's not going to bed. He's not being sent to bed by his wife. Proud of you, mate. You stick it to the baz or woman. You're a braver chap than I. So, just to promote where I can, Andrew's Maple Leaf Matchbox Makeovers channel. Andrew's doing, it's an all Porsche invitational, any maker, any model. The catch is you have to give your finished car away. So far, there are 37 talented builders taking part. Upload date is March 13th. I will suggest anybody go and have a go at that. Martin said, yeah, I need to. Paul saying, yeah, I need to do a Porsche. Lee saying the FB chats, Facebook chats meant for MLM. I'm not sure what you mean, Lee, but yeah, we'll use if you want to use Messenger or Rooms on Facebook to have a chat. Not a problem. Martin, it looks like Martin, if I'm getting this right, is also doing a Porsche as a part of Andrew's challenge. Paul saying, yeah, I had a Porsche I wanted to do, but don't want to give away, so need to choose another. Casey saying you should do two, Paul. One for you and one for the giveaway. I don't need to give mine away. My granddaughter just texts them. I've got her into collecting cars, well, playing with and collecting cars, and also I'm bringing her up the right way. She's not into dolls. She's into Batman and Superman models, because I'm a big comic book fan. Hence, I like collecting Batmobiles. And I think at last count I had 20 varying types of the Batmobile Hot Wheels from various films, shows, and etc. I've just got to find a way of displaying them properly. Martin saying, put it on the wall, Paul. That's an idea. I have a 911 Speedster with 2 streamlined bulges behind driver and passenger. But I want to keep that. I don't know, I've got a Porsche. I'll have a look. Andrew. If I've got a Porsche knocking about, a small one, I'll have a go and I'll give it to my granddaughter, because I like to see her playing with the old cars. Casey say I'm also doing 2, one for my mate Steve and one for me. Loads of laugh. Yeah, I mean, that was one of the challenges that we came up with for MLM. The challenge was to do a friends or family build-off, which was basically get a friend or family member to choose your next build. And I got my granddaughter to choose 2 vehicles based on the fact that they were both yellow. She loves yellow. Andrew saying, love to have you join in, PJ. I'll try my best, mate. I can't make promises. Got so many things on the go at the moment. I've got to get this. I've got to get the next build underway, which is the any British Leyland vehicle, because I think we've only got a fortnight before that's going live. Casey saying, PJ, looking forward to your calendar so I can book myself in. Sounds like a dentist, mate. Yeah, we'll book you in, Casey, for a root canal. It's Cat from 2AHD Cat. Hey, it's the guy with the funny accent. I don't know whether you mean me or you. Probably me. And if you're over here, you've got the funny accent and I talk proper. Metal Mania 3D, the Diecast Workshop. I'm in the future. Yes, you are, mate. I'm drinking Gitia from England right now. Sol sent it to me. Well, welcome along, my friend. It's good to have you along. Kat is another member of the Diecast Outlaws. So there's 5 guys in the team, and I appreciate the fact that they take part in some of our builds. It's much appreciated. And some of us take part in their builds. So it's just a nice, gentle crossover. It's Saturday 9:20 a.m. here. Andrew's trying to stop waiting midnight. Sometimes, mate, I have odd trouble. I have a job stopping open till 7, stopping awake till 7 o'clock in my bloody midnight. Diecast Mafia, sorry, Cat. I did say Diecast Outlaws. Apologies. What into a pumpkin? Yeah, I was up early because I wanted to. I'm a big Marvel fan and DC fan, and I'm heavily into watching the Disney Plus Marvel channel. So I was up early to try and get the next version of Wonder Vision if you're into your Marvel stuff. Paul saying he's in the Midlands, cat. Even us Brits think they have a funny accent. Although PJ is a bit posh, is a bit. Can't finish it, mate. Sorry. Although PJ is a posh Midlander. Yeah, that's because I'm trying to be. Yeah, I'm trying hard. Because if it was down to crossing Waiter across Fales, my duck, you're all right, way up. You know what I mean? Then it wouldn't get us anywhere fast. Pit talk, South Derbyshire pit talk, mate. Can't beat it. Hey, Kat, what's up? Finished all those cars you've got? I think you did if I remember rightly, you did an unboxing recently, Kat. Yeah. I'm having my tea hot with sweetener and cream, by the way. Good on you, bud. Good on you. So one of the things I was saying in the announcements that I was making earlier on is I'm going to be using, if you're familiar with the discussions tab on your own YouTube channels, I'll be posting updates or quick updates on the discussions tab for both the Beef Eaters and MLM, because it takes too long to just do a video for a 1 minute announcement. So it's just as quick to put something in the discussions tab. So periodically, just check the discussions channel on MLM and the Beef Eaters, and you may find there's been a fairly recent update. It's just like a chat, comments and chat channel. No, you wash your mouth out with soap, Mr. Jackson. PJ is not classed as a bloody southerner. There you go. I've been kicked out of the South by my mate Martin. Fucking fantastic. I was hoping when this whole virus shit was sorted out, mate, we'd meet up and have a brew, but fuck it now. I did some weekend. Paul said I did some weekends at Stafford Student Uni Bar. Confused out when I went to the shop for anything. Stafford. They is real posh there. Stafford. That's Shakespeare country. Laz, how's my accent? You're easier to understand than Mr. James, I'll tell you that, Laz. What we need really, is a Geordie builder and a Glaswegian builder. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, Mr. Dare's kicked me out of the South. Cat saying I just pulled apart that Hot Wheels 32 Ford van for the upcoming 3 Blind Road spill. Excuse me. Cat very cool. Last saying hi. Paul saying cream in tea. What the yeah. We can meet at Watford Services. Is that neutral ground, Mr. Dare? Is that what you're saying? And we just got beat by Watford, so I ain't going to fucking Watford anyway. Yes, hot tea with cream and sweetener. Cream and tea. WTF. Lee saying, can we chat on the Facebook chat video thingy tomorrow night, mate? Of course we can, bud. Of course we can. I've got the grandkids pretty much up until 6. Would 8 o'clock sound? How's 8 o'clock sound? Let me know. Cat saying all Grays is fave. Casey thinks Andres fell asleep. Cat's in South Carolina. Cool. Cat, just milk, man. Cream for coffee. Martin saying that's all we need, a piss job. Well, anybody from that area, Paul, we need a Scottish builder. I'll rephrase that. We need a Scottish diecast builder, and we need a Geordie diecast builder. Put them in the same room and let them do a build off, and we'll all just sit back and be very confused. Cat saying in Charleston. Cool. I have to agree with Mr. James, Paul. You can't beat a builder's brew. If you can stand your spoon up in it, it's about right. Dad worked on a building site for years, and that's how I was brought up. Builder's brew. Normal milk, strong brewed Yorkshire builder's tea. PG tips man myself, but that's just me. KC saying his dad was a Geordie, came from Sunderland. Yeah, know Sunderland well. Coffee has to come from South America, says Cat. The best coffee I've ever tasted, I'm sure it was called Blue Mountain coffee, when we got married in Jamaica, and it came in a little sack, Russian sack. It was gorgeous. Whiskey and coffee, says Paul. I'm Scots. Jack in coffee. Yep. Lee saying 8 is great, mate. So, just for anybody else that's interested, excuse me, frog in the throat. Me and Lee from Diecast Fixer Uppers will be in the Facebook rooms video chat tomorrow night. Anybody wants to join us, be a good testing ground to see how many people we can get on there. But other than that, happy to do that with you, Lee. Absolutely, mate, not a problem. That explains a lot, Paul. What colour should I paint the body of the 32? Pass. KC, trying to find a Sunderland jersey for my room. Have you tried their website, Casey? Sunderland, I think it's Sunderland FC. They'll have an online shop. I don't know what the prices are. They usually around about 35 quid for a football shirt now, if not more. and then you've got to pay obviously the postage on it. I also like Black Rifle coffee. Martin says, "Are you sure that was coffee?" It was very relaxing, mate. I'll say that. When we got married, there was a security guard in the hotel, and he was offering weed, which was great. I thought that's the best security guard I've ever come across. They say, "You want to smoke, come on," which is not my very best Jamaican accent. What time, PJ? We're sorry, Mr. D. Just seen that 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock on rooms. If you want to do a test before, by all means, give me a shout. See if you can. I don't know if you couldn't or didn't want to enable your video. I can hear you. I can hear you brilliantly on rooms, mate. But you might also want to enable your video camera on your phone, and I would recommend having it on charge in a little stand or something if you can, because it will soon sap your battery power. Laz is saying, Cat, been to Greensboro NC, then on travel through SC to, is that Southern California to Florida? Good old days. I'm guessing that's what you mean by SC, Laz. Casey saying, when's that on the chat so I can see if I can make it? Have you joined, Casey, are you on the MLM Midlife Models Facebook community page? If so, it's going to be around about 8 o'clock. By all means, please come and sign up with us and post any builds you've got coming up. I love to advertise other people's builds. And as I've mentioned before, at the end of each week, I put together a YouTube guide advertising / promoting the guys' everybody's latest builds. So hopefully it's also put some subscribers your way. Laz has finally got off the milk and onto the wine. That's a big bloody step up, mate. I'm proud of you. Cat saying Marmal's 69 and she smokes pot still. Bless her. But she's the best chilled out mum ever. My mum does knitting, about rips my head off. PJ got my wine now. I'd have some off him. Casey saying, I'm pretty sure I am. If so, mate, yeah, 8 o'clock tomorrow night then. It sounds like hopefully Mr. Dare will be there. Lee from Diecast Fixer Uppers will be there. So at least that'll be a 4-way video chat. Looking forward to that already. Pitmore Diecast, love wine. Favourite is a good Shiraz with peppery blackcurrant notes to it. That sounds really posh for you, Paul. Crikey. And I was able to pronounce most of it. I can't do any drugs. I have a FFL. So you shouldn't. Andrew saying, check it out now, guys. Good to connect with everyone as always. Don't forget March the 13th. Porsche. Thanks, Andrew. If nothing else, more than happy to promote it on the MLM Facebook community channel, as you know. Not a problem. South Carolina, not South California. My apologies, Laz. Paul saying, to Cat, your mum sounds ace. Good night, Andrew. All the best. See you later, Andrew. Night, Andy. Night, Andrew. Take care. Federal firearms license. Right. Okay. Apparently, my mate Paul says he can do posh, and I say you lie, let you watch. Yeah. Okay, Paul. I have to say, our Beefeaters team, we've got there's a great sense of humour in our Beefeaters team. It's a good job some of it doesn't get published. That's we'd all be banned off Facebook. Marmite. My God. Yes, the company I used to work for was dead opposite a Marmite factory, and that stuff stinks. And Kat, you're welcome to it. Bovril's good too. I'll stick to my scotch. Love it or hate it. Don't live in a country where I could have a gun. Everything would have an hole in it. You know what? I can't remember what the channel, what the Sky channel was called. The program was called. Cat might know. There was a couple of there was two that were very similar, and it was all about renovating rifles and pistols and whatever you like. And in one episode, they got a 50 cal rifle, and they used it for clearing avalanches. It was that powerful. A fantastic show. And I think you can only, if anybody's familiar with the custom builder on Discovery, Jesse James, he asked this company to build him a 50 cal to a certain specification, but he couldn't take it home. It had to be kept somewhere, whether it was with this company or in storage or something. Yeah, that I don't know about the pistol, but that 50 cal, it was on a. She got the scope, and it was on a bloody tripod. The thing's massive. It must have been about, I don't know, almost 3 meters long. It was fucking huge. Would love to fly one. So, Cat saying about 50 cal pistol. I take it that's a Smith and Wesson 500 Magnum. If you mean rifle, that's a .50 BMG. I'm not sure, mate. 50. I know it was a 50 cal. It was fucking huge. You'd expect to see the damn thing on the top of a tank or something. Facebook page again. Wife's checking. No problem, KC. Let me just have a look. If there's any members requests, there's no pending members requests. It may be that you've already joined, KC. So. Sorry, just checking the Facebook channel. That sounds about right, Paul. Yeah. If you're not on there, KC, just do a Facebook search for midlife models, and I'll preview as soon as I see something pop up. But you might be right; you may already be on there. But I'm suspecting not, because usually, as a part of the YouTube TV guide at the end of the week, I'll post I'll post links or a list of everybody I know of who's doing bills, and I'm pretty sure you're not. Snipers with 50. Martin said it's worrying, Paul, that you know that. He is from Manchester area, mate. It's surprising what they know up there. Paul is wild gun. Okay, so you're saying my mate fell out of a window 11 stories high. Man, he is lucky. He's lucky. He is lucky. He's okay. He landed on a soft drink truck. Fantastic. Okay, so I'm ex-military, so was trained on anti-aircraft missiles and bomb disposal. Only job I ever had that you'd never get a bollocking for balls in a good job up. Wow, Billy Cup. Oh, great stuff. So I hope you guys enjoy this format. What we're trying to do here. It's down to you guys taking part. I'm so appreciative that you take the time to jump online and add to the comment section. It's really appreciated. We might have to do something like a gun emplacement diorama as part of a plastic kit build. That'd be interesting. I'm sure Mr. P did one. Might be wrong. I know I'm not fantastic at doing weathering and dioramas, but Paul's been giving me some advice on that. It looks like we've got half the armed forces in here now. I hear in England you can't even own a picture of a gun. What I will say, Cap, unfortunately, you licensing is very strict, but that doesn't stop guns from getting around. I'm all for people having legit guns and going to rifle ranges and that kind of thing, but there is always a way to get hold of a gun in the UK if you know the right kind of people. But I imagine that's the same in the States as well, anyway. And Mr. D saying he's in Corby, East North Elmsley. Is that classed as down south? KC is saying Australia is bad. You need a farm to have a gun. Corby. Why do I know Corby? I'm going to have to look that up. Excuse my unprofessionalism. Town in England. Northamptonshire. Now then. Oh, Northampton. Isn't Alan graphic comic book writer Alan? Name's gone. He wrote V for Vendetta and The Extraordinary League of Gentlemen. And he thinks he's a wizard. And he thinks Northampton is the greatest town on God's green earth and he won't leave it. Come on, Martin, you must know what I'm on about. He also wrote The Watchman. I have a friend in Aussie they wish they could own guns. I had a gun drawn on me on my local supermarket. Years ago when patrolling. More so, Casey saying more so in Tasmania as the Port Arthur massacre. Corby was a steel mills. Sorry, I've lost track there, Mark. Sorry there. Used to be a big steel town. Corby was a steel mills. Down south. It's got lots of F's at the end of it, Lee. Down south. Chapel Corby, Australian drug. It's frustrating me thinking of that bloody writer is. He wrote for DC and Marvel. Oh, God. As everyone does the general, on what you talk about the general Lee. I'm doing a 69 Charger now by HW. Is that Hot Wheels, is it, lads? But won't be a general Lee. Paul saying the Epic was and the trouser press. Also, lads, as everyone does the general. Yeah, I think that's one thing we can fall into the trap of, is all doing the same kind of models. I think we try to be fairly unique within our team. I don't like to try and do something that one of the other guys has done. I think Martin did. I can remember Martin doing the Lotus spree, and he did the full-blown Lotus spree, and I did the mini version of that. But he has inspired me to have a go at a couple of similar models that he's done, including the Captain Scarlet pursuit vehicle. I love that. But I'm a big Jerry Anderson fan. King size are made by Matchbox. Yes, they are. Cap. Paul says I'm thinking of doing my Matchbox Charger as the Bullet Baddies car. I love Chargers. Cars, my favourite, really, says Laz. So let's do a Charger buddy build. There you go then. I've got some giveaways coming up for my 500 members. Congrats on that, buddy, by the way. Alan Moore. Sure, it's Alan Moore. We'll get there eventually. Age has affected the memory. Well, that could be Scotch. Yes. Yeah, Alan Moore's from Northamptonshire. Or Northampton. So it looks like I've got a bit of a challenge going on about the Dodge Charger. Yeah, I recently, like I say, not overly happy with it, but I did the Impala. I love these early muscle cars. And I love the Impala. Thanks, Casey. I wasn't. When you've done a model and you're not entirely happy with it. I'm just not entirely happy with. I use the Molotow chrome pen to do the highlights, and I'm just not happy with the lines. It's a great tool, that Molotow pen, but it can go wrong rather quickly. That's why I'm loath to use the. I'm loath to use the orange. Let me just grab it. I got one of these one for alls from Molotow. It's the orange one that Bob Willis used on the Batmobile. I want to do the Batmobile, but I'm not sure about doing the highlights. I don't know about you, Martin. I saw that Matchbox Garage did one recently, and I kind of felt like he fell short because he didn't do the orange highlights on the fins and around the headlights, etc. No disrespect, just me. So Casey saying I'll do a charger later on this year around October. Nice Impala, PJ. Thanks, Casey. As I say, not entirely sure about the chrome work on it. And Cat saying, "Oh, cool! I just got a Matchbox Jaguar in the mail. Missing engine though. Love being Jags, especially the E-types." Lee saying, "This has been great. Loved it, PJ. This is getting like a habit, like drinking paraffin shots." I worry about the Northerners. I hope they can soon open the pubs up for you boys sooner rather than later. Else we're going to be struggling for getting stuff from petrol stations. Mr. James saying, "I was going through my Corgi Impala tonight as the Kennel Club one holds special memories." Laz saying, "Love your Impala, PJ." Thanks, Laz. I can't be the only one that you do a model and you go, "Am I happy with it? Am I not happy with it? Shall I put it up? Shall I not put it up?" You've got one of them projects you've done and you're not sold, I guess. I'm not a perfectionist. God knows I'm not a perfectionist. I haven't got the my skill level is still building, I guess. A lot different to when I first started. But there's a knack to using that bloody Molotow pen. Laz saying, "I never used Molotow pens, prefer the brush." What I ended up doing, Laz, if I'm totally honest, is I brought 3 of those Molotow pens in the past, and they ended up leaking all over the place. So I've got a little pot, and I filled it with the contents of the Molotow pens, and it's got a ball bearing in it. And I'm more inclined to use that now than the pen itself. And I think you can buy bottles of the replacement chrome. So I'm more tempted to buy the replacement chrome liquid and put it in a paint pot. But even that's quite expensive. Molotow stuff is fairly pricey. So Casey saying, yeah, chrome pens are good as long as you don't stop while using it, as then big puddles. Absolutely, mate. Spot on. I know Martin tends to use a mix of either doing a silver paint, which I'm also thinking about going back to at some point, and the Molotow Molotow chrome, but he does a lot of his grills with silver paint. So Paul saying Dragua normally has the bubble canopy missing. Cat saying I open my Molotow pens up and dip a brush in them. That's how I do it. Pretty much the same thing, Cat. One of the other tips that you can do is get yourself a bunch of toothpicks, cocktail sticks, and just snip the end off. You've got a bit of a flat surface on the end, and you can use a cocktail stick as well. Cocktail sticks in high demand. Yeah, it's a chrome liquid as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, KC saying yeah, so going back, Paul saying I do a model and think WTF was all that about. Yeah, you put so much time and effort, and then you've got the video in to do, and then you look at the model and you think, what a fucking waste of time that was, and you're not happy with it, then you start again, start from scratch, which is where I am with this Impala. I love the black paint. I use the BMW Sapphire, which I think is a gorgeous metallic black paint. Multi stink. Well, the guy I got the mega £1 eBay deal off, I said he posted it today. So probably get it Tuesday, Wednesday next week. Good luck with that, buddy. If that's the one in the Matchbox cases that you've mentioned before. KC saying chrome pens you can buy a refill bottle way better. Toothpick and #1 brush. Yep. Martin uses an umbral metal paint. Martin does a cracking job with his when he's painting stuff. He's got probably a steadier hand than I have. So Cat's only can't get the Molotow refills here, just the pens, which is expensive and annoying. Absolutely, Cat. Even over here, I think Molotow's based in Germany. Somebody will correct me if I'm wrong. And their stuff is pricey, even if you can get hold of it. Paul saying you can get chrome spray cans, but not as good as Molotow. Agreed, Paul. I have got some chrome. I have got a chrome spray can that's not to hand, but I'll post a picture of it. It's a metallic silver, I think it is, metallic chrome. And it does some jobs, but not every job. It's just with the toothpick, lads. It's just something to try. If you're doing a very small area, so like with I've got a better view. If you're doing the butt end of this Impala, and you've got to get around the headlights, and it's just like a raised part of the casting. So you just dab in the chrome on with a toothpick and cocktail stuff. So that's Lee's question. I need to buy more different coloured Molotow pens. Is eBay the place to go, or well, let me put it this way: the first 3 Molotow pens I brought from off eBay ended up being shite. So the next ones that I brought were off Amazon. Now that might have just been a poor supplier from eBay. So I'm not going to recommend the supplier I used. I'm sure somebody else might have a better idea, Lee, of they may have some saved suppliers that they can give you a tip on. Cat saying his other half's just got home and he's having cereal for dinner. Whatever floats your boat, mate, to be honest. KC saying Chrome in a can here, 2K system is awesome, but costs 140. Excuse my language. I just saw the price, $149 a can. Wow, I might be getting that, KC, but good luck with you on that, brother. Paul saying my 64 Impala is great, but few paint reactions not happy with, but built the engine with sculpted milliput. Yes. I've got to have a go with this moulding material. I've been talking to Paul in the Facebook on Facebook, and I've got 2 of these Tonka Easy Riders, and more often than not, they're either missing this seat completely or it's snapped in half. I'm lucky that I've got this one that's in fairly perfect condition. It does want respraying if I choose to do so, but it has already been super glued and stuck back together. Bit of super duper, Mr. D, across the seat, but I'd love to be able to take this seat off and get a couple of molds made from it. One to replace this and one to replace the one that's missing on the other version I've got. So I need to have a crack at that moulding scenario. I think it's cheaper to buy the moulding kits than it is to buy a 3D printer. And to do eye-detailed 3D prints, it's my understanding that it's better to use a resin printer than the core, is it PCL material? I'm sure that somebody with 3D printing knowledge will be able to put me right. Lads saying I find milliput hard to work with. I think it's practice with that, mate. I didn't have a great deal of joy with it myself, and I tried to build up I can't remember whether it was a bumper or something along those lines. I think if you can replace a part with a replacement piece of plastic and use a bit of the old super glue and baking soda and then file it back, you're better off. But it's all down to personal choice, to be honest. And there's also various grades of that milliput, if I'm right. I'm sure Paul will tell you if I'm wrong. Is there any other solution for filling? Not one that I've used. Our mate Paul Restorer, I've seen him build up a part purely using baking soda and super glue, and let it set, and then put another layer of super glue and baking soda on, baking powder, sorry, and then file that back. But my advice on that would be test it on a part that you're not bothered about first. Paul saying, I brought a great set of acrylic pens off eBay. Check out my Stalwart build for brand. Post a link to that in the Facebook page, mate, if you wouldn't mind. I wouldn't mind checking that out. Yeah, Paul's right. Loads for filling, lads. JB Weld, I forgot about that. I've never used the Umbral filler, so I'm not sure about that. And I know that Paul did a video using the acrylic nail powder. Marty said it depends on the size, lads. Small pit holes, I use super glue. Quite right. KC saying Posca pens are brilliant. Acrylic water based, awesome. Don't get it right, wash off again. Fair dues. I think I have got a Posca silver one. What we got here? Depends on the small. Cat's going to be right back. Let's say Martin, I actually tried that on my Golf Mark 1, was actually pretty good. Umbral filler, there's another one. That's saying cheers, Paul. I think I will try Umbral then. Very cool Tonka chopper. Yeah, you're right. I like it, KC. I was trying to find different types. We're doing a challenge for motorbikes, a motorbike build-off. So, not one to just buy one thing. I brought three. I've got a Tonka chopper, which, not this one. I've got another one identical, and it's in pieces in a pot. So much so, it's in that pot, but it's not in as good a condition as this, and the seat's missing. So I got that, and then I got a couple of Matchbox. So I've got a sidecar, a bike and sidecar from Matchbox, and a police bike. And I've also got another Tonka motorbike coming in the post. I think that's a three-wheeler. And it should have a figure that looks a bit like Jack Nicholson on it, but it's missing. But the thing with this particular Tonka model, it's a Japanese-made Tonka, and I'm really struggling to get the replacement parts for it. So much so, I think I contacted Chip Restorer or one of those Tonka specialist guys to get some advice via email, and I've had no reply yet. One thing, okay, we'll leave that there. Mr. Dare is off. Right, lads, I'm off. Had fun. Best wishes to all. Thanks, Martin. Always appreciate your support, mate. Have a good weekend. Hopefully, we may or may not catch up tomorrow night. It depends how busy you are. You'll just drop me a line, mate. I'll be on Facebook around 8 o'clock. So Paul's saying, I think the cream coloured modelling resin is more suitable for your bike seat, PJ. Probably right, mate. Probably right. I'm not too fussed, Paul, about this one's probably, I'm not going to do a great deal with this one. So I'm not too fussed whether I customise the other one. So I might even do it black. And a colleague of mine has also got the same model that he's having a go at. I've got him into the hobby. Cat's back. Just realised with the 300 cars I've just got, I had them to what I had already had. Over 3,000 castings now. Crikey. Paul said you can thin umbral. Paul said you can thin umbral thinner with liquid poly for finer results. Looks like Cat's having problems with his keyboard. Super bad. My buddy John has around 10,000. That's a lot. Paul saying, yeah, I should do another aircraft. My Freeman build on Sunday is mostly acrylic nail powder. Well, it's your fault, isn't it? I mean, it was your idea to do the bloody Freeman. I'm joking, mate. It was a fun project to do. Starting noticing the flavours in this whiskey now after 5 large tumblers. Top man. Night Martin, take care. Happy mind, I don't drink, only an occasional splash of Jack to my coffee and tea, but I hear you. Night Martin, I was an alcoholic in the 90s. Okay. Last I love that Matchbox bike, the blue one. Yeah. Well, pretty straightforward paint job, Laz, to be honest. But it is missing one half of the handlebar. But I'm hoping I can replace that with a very fine pot rivet. And that might be where the JB Weld comes into it, because that might be the ideal stuff to fix this. Because I don't think super glue and baking powder will solve that particular problem. And just to update the guys that are on the Facebook page, community page, KC has now joined us as well. Honoured and happy to have him along with us. Thanks, KC. Much appreciated, mate. Please feel free to post your latest builds on the community channel. And at the end of each week, I'll include you in the YouTube guide that I put up each Friday night. Pip my Diecast, I don't drink. Yeah, we got that. Night Martin, I love that much, but I have a suspicion I still might be cut. Just join Facebook proof. I need approval. Done, buddy. Thank you and welcome. Remember, I turned 50 on the 14th. There's an off an old fart. I turned 56. So you're still younger than me. Both you and lads. But age is no boundary. I like to think with this hobby, you can do it at any age. You pick it up at any age, which is great. Umbral filler you can thin with liquid poly. Okay. Casey said, I'm a member 107, the 2021 James Bond, loads of love. Cat, not much beyond you, 45 this year. So Casey said you can buy the replacement handlebars. Oh, I'll have to look at that. Brits don't age well, depending on the Brit. Cat, I'm 53, so you're a young old fart. Oh, we're all giving away his ages now, are we? Laz saying he's a baby. Yeah. But still a drinker, mate, so God bless you. I'm catching up. Casey saying I'm 58, going on 59. 10 short of my favourite number. Loads of laugh. Good lad. Good lad. Can't beat a bit of bawdy chat. I seem to have another empty glass. I don't know where it's all going. I think I've got a grand one. PJ, them handlebars on eBay in UK sells them. Can't remember the name. I'll have a goosey for that, Casey. I'm interested, just out of curiosity, I've asked Paul this before. If you're looking for diecast models on eBay, what's the search that you put in? Or do you search by... let me get one of these books. I've got three of these. One's for Corgi, one's for Dinky, and one's a larger one for Matchbox. Do you find the particular model? Do you go and do a search for the particular model that you're after, or do you put in a generic search to bring back the best results? I mean, I just do something along the lines of diecast job lot. So Cat saying I'm 50 but own more toys than any 12-year-old I know. I know what that means, mate. I'm currently going around and collecting things like this that I used to own as a kid. I'm rebuilding my collection that all got lost over time. So at least I can catch you, buddy. PJ, the handlebars on eBay in UK. So yeah, I'll have a look for that. Sorry, mate, I've read that twice. Yeah, Kat, I know a girl who was supported her a few times, especially when she got upset that a chef wouldn't do a meal without alcohol, as wasn't on the menu. Offered to go somewhere else with her. My husband rolled his eyes when I mentioned my toys. Yes, my wife and daughters do that, although my grandkids love them. Paul's I'm 56, but most think I'm younger. Feel 137 though. Okie dokie. Cheers, Cat. Yes, got all those books plus others. I have around 20 books on diecast brands. I think the great colour reference books, Casey, and sometimes and Martin's gone now, but Martin will sometimes say he's going to do a particular corgi model, and he'll give out the model number, and then I'll go and look it up. So we all share our ideas, models and types and things like that. But as I say, I don't try and duplicate what somebody else is doing. It's hard to try and do something that somebody else hasn't already done already. You can't bet you had Power Ranger figures. Fair dues. 181 is the metric version of 69. Yes, got all those books for me. Yeah. Still does, he says, loads of you should see my adult toy collection. 126 firearms. Got to be careful when we say that over here, mate. It means something completely different. I search with all sorts of methods, says Paul, to find stuff others haven't seen. Even enter wrong spelling of words. Interesting. I'll just look out. Buy book, and it's a bonus if you find the mother load. I'll bear that in mind. I'd like to link my guns, but I haven't. Have to be a mod to put up a link. No, I'm not putting guns up online. Cat, sorry. Paul saying I have an adult collection, but probably not appropriate here. I think we're singing off the same sheet there, bud. Steve Flower on eBay. I'm thinking he makes lots of diecast parts for Dinky, Corgi, MB, Leslie, etc. Screen decals plus beds, animals, etc., etc. Steve Flower. I'm going to make a note of that. Thanks. Thanks, Casey. Where's my bloody book gone now? Steve Flower eBay. All good, lads. He packs blue and clear, sells wheels also on as variations. Pick my diecast. What kind of adult collection? I'm always short. Last time, I'm always short on wheels. The best thing I came across was, I know I keep shouting out Martin, but he deserves it. He's a good old boy, Martin. I've got somewhere, and I can't find it at the moment, but I've got the round version of one of these Helix templates. So instead of these ovals, they're rounds, and they're a great thing for measuring wheels for Corgi and Dinky. And it gives you a fairly accurate measurement whether you're doing the treaded or smooth tyres. Who gave me the tip on, I think it was Paul again, black square decals? Paul, is that the one you use? They got some good stuff on there. They got the JPS one that I've been searching for bloody months. Cat said I have hundreds of red line cap and bearing styles from Bright Vision. I've heard of Bright Vision when I've been watching some of the videos from the States. Is it Bright Vision that do the tap and handle cat? I might be wrong. Offer a P back in 3. God, he can even make it rhyme. Great for masking and painting too. I'm just going to turn the fire down because it's sweltering here at the moment. Okay. Laz, I think you're still online. That is the clear lacquer that Martin's talking about. Sorry for the shine on the screen, mate. It's a bit of a glare. So this is fast drying Schnell Trockend. No, basically fast drying clear lacquer. Yeah, so I'll use that as well. Bright Vision sells taps on screws. Yes, thanks, Kat. I saw one of the mice members using it. Me personally, I've got 2, but I use something like that. And my mate Paul has done a great video on using taps. So check out Pimp My Diecast for that. Bit of a tutorial. So we kind of did a crossover tutorial for our mate George, and Paul extended the tutorial by doing a piece on taps, and very good at us too. Yeah, can't fault Black Square. They also do Code 3 decals if you have 2 of the same model to give something different. Cat saying, okay, just caught Thor trying to steal one of my red barons. I chased him off and I retrieved it. Damn cat. Hey cat, I need some red line stuff like wheels for stuff like the Python, Beatnik Bandit, and a T-Rod. KC saying, PJ just looked it up on eBay. Steve Flowers Model Supplies is his name. They in the UK. Well, that should save me a few quid. Thanks for that, KC. I've made a note of his name, and I will do a search. Cleo lays on them. Thor steals them. Bright Vision are on eBay. Wheels run about $1 a piece and free shipping. So this is the kind of thing that I'm enjoying about these YouTube meetups, that we're able to share ideas, suppliers, etc. Fantastic way of cross communication, I guess. Model Supplies. Model Supplies in Leicester. Just bear with me a moment. I'm just going to check something. Yeah. Okay. We know Steve Flowers as Model Supplies over here. Casely. And believe it or not, he runs it all out of his house, and he's probably about 25 minutes away from where I live, and he doesn't do collection. Wheels run about $1 a piece and free shipping. Steve flies his model supplies. Yeah, I can confirm that, Paul. You spot on, mate. PJ, there is another one I'm trying to find also. Pick my diecast. Cheers, Cat. Lee saying I'm into 1/18 scale too. Are they as easy to strip and paint? Cat saying wish someone had old Leslie and Matchbox wheels readily available like Bright Vision. Honestly, I like Leslie and Matchbox better than Hot Wheels. I don't do Hot Wheels. Cat, I agree with you there. Paul's just been to turn his bike around. My favourite size is this. I'll akin it to the Super King size. These are the easiest probably to size to work on. Great for spraying. Although you can see the difference between the. Well, I hope you can. This seems like a scale up from the Impala. So this is the Super King version of the XJ6, and this is just. Let me just touch this to say what size this is. But these are the old vintage Corgis. But yeah, I'm not sure what the size of Super Kings is. I'm sure Mr. James will enlighten me. Honestly, I like Leslie and Matchbox better than Not Wheels. Yes, I just seen that and repeated it, but I absolutely agree, Cap. And I think it also depends on era. Some of the newer Matchbox vehicles, when they started to be made outside of the UK, and that's no slant. That's no slant on other countries manufacturing vehicles, but they started to lose some of their quality. My favourite scale with bad vision, let's call it that, is 1/64 scale. Casey saying PJ might be a 1/32 scale, bit bigger than the 1/43. Possibly, mate. I don't know. Yes, Cat saying Matchbox and Hot Wheels are the same company. Yeah, I seem to remember, and somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, that Hot Wheels brought out a range of classic Matchbox vehicles on a card some time ago. Last saying, I tried it, but not as good as other bought this. Paul saying, where'd you hold that up? I have an old Polystill XJ6, bigger scale than Super King. Super Kings are around 1/48, 1/32, depending on model, but around slot car size. Yeah, if you want to know anything, ask the historian. He will tell you. He is my encyclopedia. Thanks, Paul. I need to recharge the vape. MLM, what do we call you? Calling you MLM seems silly. PJ. Just PJ. MLM is the channel. My name is Paul, but I'm known at work as PJ, and it's kind of stuck. I can't even get Matchbox in my own town, but Hot Wheels are easy to get. Yeah, loads for sale at Sainsbury's, mate. Casey saying, sorry, what do we call you? Cover that, PJ. I can't even get Matchbox in my own town, but Hot Wheels are easy to get. Yeah, Hot Wheels seem to be everywhere. Casey saying, Mattel brought out a lot of companies. Yeah, they've got a lot to answer for. Last saying, I like Leslie's the most. Hot Wheels not bad, but sometimes look too plasticky. I'm going to sound really snobbish, but I think it's the lack of class. I mean, not every Matchbox or Dinky model is perfect, but there was a certain class to them. You know, the E-Type Jag, the interiors are nothing to shout about, but the shape of the body, the fact that they put spoke wheels on, you know, we're talking about the Leslie E-Type Jag now, it's just a different class altogether. So Laz saying, Cat, I like Leslie the most. Hot Wheels not bad, but sometimes look too plasticky. I've just got no affinity with Hot Wheels. I've got a bunch of them that I let the granddaughter do whatever she wants with. Cat saying you can call me Cat, Tizok, or Tiz for short. No worries. Cat sticks works for me. Yeah, basically, Cat is saying exactly what I'm kind of saying, really. Hot Wheels put out way too many fantasy crap castings. Fair dues. I can't argue with that. Diecast Fixer Uppers on Lee. Lee, my mate, yeah. Pimp My Diecast Paul is also a PJ. This is true. This is true. Which just adds to more confusion. Lee's saying, I'll call you Mr. James. Yeah, I copyrighted it first. I'm the older of the two. Diecast Cat, yeah, PJ Uphill. New Matchbox cars knocking it out of the park. In 164, really, 175 most. I haven't seen any new Matchbox cars. PJ as in Purple Jesus, if you like. Circle of Death this and Paul's thinking of I'm thinking of doing a Hot Wheels fantasy car challenge. You know what? I'll have a go. Yeah, I think that Hot Wheels may have beat you to the punch by letting your mind run free. But after a few of these brews, God knows what could happen to it. I needed to sink a few before I thought what I was going to do with that bloody intercity commuter. Purple Jesus. Reach out, touch faith. Purple Jesus. Oh, I'm on a personal Jesus. Amen. I love the purple Jesus vibes. I can't really deal with fantasy castings. I've used Bogo of Hot Wheels fantasy cars. I need to. I think with that fantasy challenge, Paul, it might be take a fantasy challenge, take a fantasy car and make it boring. Turn it into a British Leyland vehicle. As you can see, I sank more than one or two to come up with my idea for the Freeman. Yes, we were all well oiled that night. Casey's back. Welcome back, mate. Cat saying I just make Gasolins out of fantasy cars. I take. I mean, I'm not au fait with some of the terminology, but I assume that Gasolins you mean something along the lines of a Mad Max type vehicle. KC saying fantasy cars awesome for parts only. You're not wrong there, brother. I think I took a Hot Wheels vehicle. In fact, I brought a set of 3 in a pack, and the first thing I demolished was demolish one of them to take the engine out to complete the intercity build, and that's and they're coming out. And those builds, by the way, are coming out on the 28th, so only a couple of Sunday. I'll just make Gasolins out of fantasy cars. I ain't got a problem with that. Paul saying, do what you want. The world's your lobster. Absolutely. Fantasy cars also for parts only. So yeah, Gasolins, Mad Max, Road Warrior, etc. I think we've got a oh, George is calling it the Cyberpunk challenge for the Beefeaters. PJ right on Mad Max. In a nutshell, PJ correct. Okay, so I get a clearer picture of what we need to be doing them. Or Warhammer. Yeah. Okay. It's surprising, you know, when you go around places and you still your mind's thinking, is there anything in this shop that I can use for my hobby? And I ended up going to a garden centre and picking up the coils of wire that florists do bouquets with, and they got some really pliable silver and gold wire. And I thought, yeah, I could use that for something. So I just ended up buying it. I've got no project in mind, but you end up getting them anyway. So Kat saying there are a ton of Gasolins builds on my channel. Okie dokie. Cyberpunk has confused me. Is it similar to steampunk? Buggered if I know. I don't think it. We'll have to ask George. I'm sure he gave me a definition of what it was. Cat saying, love Warhammer, 40k metal models, awesome. I think when I spoke to just thinking back, Paul, when I spoke to George about it, something like the Back to the Future DeLorean was classed as cyberpunk, but there's not too many examples of that type of vehicle. I mean, the Mad Max type vehicle. I mean, it's terminology, but I would class it as apocalyptic vehicle. I know one of the YouTubers whose name escapes me. I mean, I know Jan does some brilliant models. Danny's Diecast Disasters, is it? I think he does some great apocalyptic builds. Lee saying, what about the models of yesterday up to date? Well, that's interesting. Yesteryear. What I've done with a couple of episodes of my what was it? It was the Jag build. And what I wanted to do was to do I did 3 Jags. So I did one in the standard, or what I class as the standard British Racing green. I did one in metallic red, and then one I did in an up-to-date colour. It was a silver. It was metallic silver. And I thought I just want to take this old model, because I've got 3 of them, and give it a fresh look. And I think the fact that I used a more modern colour give it a nice twist. So yeah. Yeah, you come up with a model or an example of a model, Lee, and we'll have a look at that. Cat saying, I ain't done any steampunk yet. Want to hear a great steampunk band? Look at Steam Powered Giraffe, Honeybee. Yes, I love Honeybee by Steam Powered Giraffe. And there's another one that I really like, where they're stood on a beach. It's one of their early ones. I like Steam Powered Giraffe. I watched a few of their concerts on YouTube. Damn these typos. It's amazing how much stuff you can use from women's cosmetics shops. Not as amazing as the looks you get. Yeah. Sanding pads and stuff like that. Scissors for intricate work. Last saying, I kind of like Matchbox yesteryears. So do I, lass. So do I. And Corgi. Cat saying, I'm doing a steampunk build soon. Last saying, lately I started to appreciate those old cars, rather. Yeah, the first collection that I was given was by my uncle, who is in his late 60s, and he managed to keep his original Dinky and Corgi cars, and they go back to the era when there was no plastic windscreens inside. It was just a bog standard seat, but the castings were brilliant, and I loved doing them. Cool stuff. Cat saying, well going, gonna jet, need food, blood sugars are low, diabetes. All the best, mate. Thanks for popping by. Take care, and we'll see you soon. Pick my Diecast. I did a Rolls Royce hot rod out of my POY a bit back. Yeah, I'm always up for suggestions and buddy builds and that kind of thing. I really need to get into a more regular build schedule, doing things like this at the back, and I've been working on doing an extension to my fake garage and headquarters, as you may have seen on the Facebook page. we're now adding the MLM office block to the MLM workshop. It doesn't take much for me to get distracted and end up doing something else. But I think that's another good thing, because if you end up doing too much of this, you soon get bored with it and it becomes a job rather than a hobby. So you need to do something different now and again. It's some wood nailed together, screwed together. Cool. But I took on board what you said about doing the green screen. I have got the green screen cloth that I could drape over the top of it. I've actually got a green screen photographic frame, but it's really flimsy. And there's only so much you can do with this webcam version of streaming. Lisa, I've used box of yesteryears coming my way. I mean huge. Unboxing soon on my channel. I've been moving loads on, so watch this space. Will do, buddy. And a reminder to post and advertise your unboxing on the YouTube channel, so we can give it some advertising space. I'm looking down there, and the bloody camera's up here. So Paul saying awesomely, I have a few. I like doing the old school stuff. It's a different class of vehicle. As I say, even with these old majorettes, they're such a pleasure to work on. Such a pleasure. You're pretty much guaranteed getting the same wheels every time and the same spring chassis inside them. Oh, sorry, the wire that holds the axles in place. They're a joy to work on. These are probably, from a disassembly and reassembly point of view, these are probably my favourites. The old majorettes. I was lucky to get quite a lot of them at one time. Yeah, we're pretty stacked on builds, I think. And I think if we put too many more in, people will lose interest. I don't want to flood people with challenges and build-offs. Once you don't get the opportunity to do your own builds, but I'm more than happy to do a buddy build with somebody. That's not a problem. Also know a few 70s majorettes. Can't argue with them. Yeah, chucking my way, Paul. Lee. I've yet to have a look through it. Going back to that, I'm going back quite a bit, but one thing I'd like to do, we're talking about this mold making kit, Paul. I'd like to be able to do the luggage for on top of the Land Rovers. You'll know the one I mean, the Land Rover Safari. It's got the brown luggage on top of it, so that would be really useful to be able to do with the mold making kit. And I haven't got one example of the original luggage rack, so if anybody's got one that they could lend me, I'd appreciate it, to use as a template to create a mold, and I will get that mold making kit. What's a lower so I don't want mainly a lot older. Moving on, not interest so much, but it gets confusing. My brain doesn't work well as it is. Okay, well, my God, I didn't expect this. Lee, if you've got one and you could lend it to my friend, lend it to me so that I can make a template from it. I've got to send off the mold making kit first, I must say. I'd really appreciate it, and I'll have a go at. I think me and Paul are both want to have a crack at doing this mold making. Paul's had a go, and he's put a video up. So by all, please go and check out Paul's video, mold making video. It can be a bit finicky, I have to say. And if you want to see a grand master at it, go and watch Paul Restorer. He does some cracking molds. Paul saying the luggage will be a good project. I have one on a super fast. Yeah, it's just that. I know you know. I'm sure you know which one I'm talking about, Paul. It's just that Matchbox Safari. Well. 3 holes in the ground. Here he is. Have you got a glass? Has it got anything in it? How are you? About bloody time. Good evening, George. George said late to the party. Sorry, mate. Mate, it's good to have you here. It's good to have you back, as I'm sure the other boys have told you. Lee, I have the full super family safari. Glass is fucked and axles bent. The lot is yours for a mention. George saying, I'll make you a luggage on 3D printer, mate. How are you getting on with that 3D printer? Paul saying, still waiting for them to cure fully. Once they are, I'm doing a multi-Lambo video. Lee saying super fast, and Paul saying hi Scouse. I wonder who that could be. I know we're not supposed to show foul language, but yeah, it's good to have him back. I'd break a 3D printer. Yeah, me and George were talking about it, and George had found a model of 3D printer, and I was that close to getting the same one as George, but I thought, no, I'll take a step back, do a bit of research, and I started looking at the eGlow 3D resin printer. That on top of the ultrasonic cleaner, but then Paul mentioned about the jewelry cleaner, which is pretty much the same thing you get for a quarter of the cost. Mate, I tend to break everyone else who comes in at the wrong time. Mate, it's good to always good to have you here, buddy. You know that. Just to yeah, you're right, George. I mean, you got to kind of ask yourself, is it cheaper to just get a replacement part or 2 or 3 from model suppliers who's going to do all the graph for you? And will the 3D printer pay its due in the long run? I don't know how many parts I'd end up creating. Certainly a few Batmobile parts, but you can't sell them because you have to have the license to do so, legally, that is. I'm running out of fucking space as well, to be honest. So George is saying, let me send you a little vid of wheels I've been making. I'm be really interested to see how you've got on with it, mate. Really interested. I even looked at, I don't know how many people watch Marty's stuff. I even thought about buying one of them bloody desktop pizza oven things for curing paint quicker. Lidl was selling them for about 40 quid. That close. So what was I saying? Yeah, George, myself, Martin, and Lee from Diecast Fixer Uppers are going to have a go at the Rooms video chat tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, on the MLM Facebook page. You are always welcome, as you know, my friend, to come and join us if you've got nothing to do, if you've got some free time. We've been through the next 3 builds that we're going to be doing, whether they be MLM or the Beefeaters. This is proving to be quite a, it seems, popular medium for a lot of builders and restorers to come online and share ideas and stuff. So I'm fairly happy how that's going. Don't forget to post and share your upcoming builds, mate, or your YouTube builds on the MLM channel, and I'll include them on the end of week YouTube guide. What else did we speak about? I'm going to draw the line tomorrow around about 6 o'clock for incoming before and after shots for the intercity build. Else it'll never get put out there. I've had feedback from 5 people so far. So, you know, if we ain't had them, I ain't including it. And the same goes with the midlife model challenge build-offs. A lot of people say, well, tech part, and then they never end up doing. So, like Paul said, if you get 50% actually sending your stuff, it's a bit of a result. So I think that's the approach I'm going to take. Lee. It's enjoyable, mate. I get a little bit. I've mentioned to George and Paul and Martin about trying the Zoom setup at some point, so there's not just my face stuck on here. I'd love to be able to get some interaction with other builders and restorers, but it's getting people involved and getting them to have a go at it. Thanks, George. I will, mate. I'll check that. And thanks for dropping them. Lee saying it's been epic, PJ. Great job. Still got us here, and it's much appreciated, my friend. Paul, that's the thing. Licensing can kill it, along with copyright, etc. If selling, but if making for yourself is the cost and also worth it, if you can buy the parts cheaply. That's the. I guess if you were making multiples or restoring multiples of the same model, yes, it's worth it. And I guess the wheels and tire, sorry, not the wheels, the tires are, but it's almost like them, you know, the little figures that the little figures that I painted to add to my MLM diorama. You got a pack of 100 for £9.50, I think it was. Yes, they're the old style ones. And if anybody follows the 3D Bot Maker channel, the pit crews and announcers and stuff they've got on their big sweeping dioramas, it's like 12 quid for 4 figures. It's extortionate price, and I'm sure you can only get them from the States. So I've gone with the more old school looking scale figures. And they do a job. They're only there to represent something. I want to get to the model shop. There's a model shop about half an hour away from where I live called Steve's Models. It's not the model supplies one. It's a proper hobby shop where they do railway stuff as well. But I'm hoping that they've got some figures and stuff there. So George saying, hi Laz, how are you mate? Laz saying, yeah man, awesome, busy as usual, lots of projects on the table. Sometimes you don't know where to start, do you, Laz? Doesn't feel like you're putting one down before you're picking another one up. George saying, listen guys, I'm happy to make any parts I can for any of you guys, just let me know. I'd love to see a vid on, if that's what you posted, George, that's brilliant. I'll have a look. I'd love to see a vid of the process that you've been doing on this printer. I know they can be fiddly things at the best of times. Lee saying, mate, my night, mate, it's been great mixing with the greats. Thank you, mate. We shall meet up one day. Sooner rather than later, Lee. There's quite a few of our friends from, George and Paul and yourself and Laz that are not a million miles away from me. Probably about, I don't know, an hour and a half. And there's some great exhibitions that we can go to. Looking forward to that. I don't know whether we can convince Mr. Dare to leave the boundaries of down south, or perhaps we should go down there. He's already banned me because I'm not a southerner, apparently, which is fair comment. I don't want to be a southerner. Yeah, it'd be great meeting up. It fucking would, mate, to be honest. Excuse my language. We're chomping at the bit to, well, same as everybody else. Chomping at the bit to get out, but hopefully not much longer. I mean, my wife is desperate. Never mind doctors and injections and all this kind of thing. My wife just wants the fucking hairdressers open. So what went wrong with your unboxing, Paul? Because I almost made a comment that said, well, why not box it up again and start from scratch? Bolton. Yeah, I had my oldest stepdaughter, lived in Rotherham. Bit of a trip, but it didn't. I mean, we complain about travelling 50 odd miles, but it's, over here, everybody's in distance within a couple of hours. Jesus, you're going to have to make me fill my glass up again. I don't need much of a reason. You can't go now until I filled it up, can you? Wow. And that's the biggie bottle. Cheers, mate. Cheers, Lee. Hopefully, 8 o'clock tomorrow night. Catch you on the Facebook Rooms channel. And as always, thanks for stopping by, and your support is always appreciated. And good night to Jackie as well. So, Laz is saying, let me show you that, George. That's hidden for whatever reason. There we go. So Lisa, we're family. Stay safe, guys. You're fucking right there, mate. George saying that's true. Absolutely. Have a good one, mate. PJ, guys, gotta go. It's late. Cheerio, everyone. Keep up the good work. Cheers, PJ. Good night. Cheers, lads. Take care, mate. And as always, thanks for your support. Thanks for stopping by. It's really appreciated by me and the chaps. He said I'm on my last half, hoping to stay little. Be like a stayer. Does that sound wrong? Probably. Spot on, lads. It's been a pleasure. You know how to find us. You know where to find us. Take care, my friend. Have a great weekend. Okay, so we've got three out of 4 beef eaters in the chat. So I think you may or may not have seen this, George. This is a complete build of what we've got going on both channels. If you want a copy, buddy, if I haven't already sent it to you, I will do. You're more than welcome. We've had quite a lot of support from the Diecast Mafia, who kind of separated themselves from the 3 Blind Mice, and they're taking part in both the MLM builds and the Beefeater builds. So, bit of a result that. So, Paul, did kids take the cars off wall? Yeah. PJ, send us a copy, mate. Will do, George. Oh, okay, Mafia, nice. Good crew, good crew. I've sent that build guide to all 5 of them in an email, so hopefully they know when the before and after shots are due and the videos go live. There's been a bit of confusion, but I think now that we're on a stable footing and we've made our decision of where we want to go with the beef eaters and backing it up with the MLM channel, we should be on a sound and steady footing. The one thing that we haven't decided on what we're going to do for the beef eater Christmas special. Sorry. That bloody Freeman. I'm so glad it's over. Mate, he's even been cursing he's even been cursing himself over the choice he made. I will say this. I don't know about you, but I was glad how it turned out. How mine turned out. No, lads, take it easy, buddy. Fucking brilliant. Sorry, tickle me pink, that is. Tell him what your next one is, Paul. Tell him what your next one is relating to Hot Wheels. Come on, don't be shy. So it involves Hot Wheels, George. You'll be delighted to know. He's got a good idea, to be fair, but I'll give him that. So yeah, thinking of a Hot Wheels fantasy cars. Yeah, keep thinking. At least you can have all of them, man. For saying loads of more keen than George. Fucking classic. Make it into a Freeman. That'd be an upscale, that would, wouldn't it? Fucking precious. Bless, love it. Shit. It's good to have you back, Georgie boy. Okay, guys, it's been awesome again. Got to get back to it all. The best, everyone. Cheers, KC. KC, thank you for joining us, mate. Really appreciate it. Thanks for signing up to the community page, the MLM community page on Facebook. By all means, if you get the opportunity, it might be a bit too early for anything. It'll be about 8 o'clock. We're going to do a Facebook rooms conference call, which will be 8 p.m. UK time. You're more than welcome to join us, mate. Really appreciate it. But take care, mate. Have a great weekend. and catch you soon. So I thought the challenge might be take a Hot Wheels fantasy car and make it into something boring, the reverse of the Intercity one. Cheers, Casey. Oh, I can't wait to hear this. You know what? I've told him, George. I've said get a phone. It doesn't even have to get a SIM card on it. Connect it to his Wi-Fi. We can get him on video chat. It doesn't have to be a new one. He knows how to use eBay. He knows how to get a cheap phone. Just as long as it's Facebook compatible. I'm of a mind when this fucking virus malarkey clears up to give him one of my old phones, to drive up there and give him a fucking phone. I think, what's the old phrase? I think thou dost. I don't know what the fucking phrase is. With a Rubik's Cube. I don't think that's true, mate. If you had an iPhone, mate, you'd fucking love it. Don't have to get a new one. Most of mine is done, everything I shoot pretty much is done on an iPhone 6. And for saying we're on iPhone version 11 now, I think. In all seriousness, if anybody wants any advice, I will do a vid of my setup and what I use. Talk you through the settings, and I'll post it on YouTube. I'm starting to do this tech corner thing. I was surprised to find out about the subscribers privacy settings, so I'm quite happy to do that. So Paul's Lee's getting a Samsung S21 Plus Ultra. The only drawback with any of these mobile devices is the fucking cost. If you want a new one, it's like taking out a fucking second mortgage. Ooh. I've got a challenge for a select group of us. You know the game Consequence, where you write a phrase or paragraph and fold it. Then imagine a variant where someone starts a build, then passes it on, and they add a bit more and move it on. That's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting. It's not a fucking Hot Wheels, though, is it? It's not, because, you know, it's not either an Hot Wheels or an intercity commuter. 1,200 quid. Wow. I'm looking at a new PC, Lee, and it's not even that much. I mean, I'm fortunate that I get my iPhone through work, and I've also got the iPad Pro. Granted, it's an old version, but it's I like the old versions of the iPhones and iPads. Brutal. You're not wrong, buddy. But they've cornered the market. If you want a connector, it's got to be the Apple connector. If you want to do this, it's got to be Apple that. If you've got to do this, it's the Apple that. They've cornered the market, but they know they've got a cracking good product. It's like if you want to run Windows, you buy a copy of the Windows operating system. You can only get it from Microsoft, and they can charge what the fuck they want. I've noticed with more and more alcohol consumption, the language is getting freer and freer and freer. So is that what you're going to be paying for this Samsung, Lee? Will it remotely operate your landy and drive you to work? Because it's enough to do a hell of a lot more than shoot movies and make phone calls for that price tag. Wow. Yeah, I ain't at that stage, brother. There you go. You got yourself a personal secretary for less money than you're going to pay for a phone. He's got a funny accent, and they won't understand what he's saying, but the offer's there. Do like your landers, mate. Do like them. The only thing, there's a channel called YBS, Yankee Bravo Sierra, and it's something like young blood spearfishing that I watch. And you want to see the truck that he's had built. It's fucking amazing. Yeah, we've all got something that make a landy into years gone by type of build. Oh, that reminds me. Paul has a question for you, George, about cyberpunk. After you, Mr. James. Whilst we've got him here. And you are allowed to swear. I love the old style Landy, Lee, especially that safari type model. Yes, mate, I agree. They- they're just a classic. They're just a classic. I recently watched an episode of Wheeler Dealers where they're in the States and they found a Lundy, and you'll probably correct me if I'm wrong, it was a Series 3, and they did the suspension and the mechanics on it. The body was, they didn't touch the body because it was going to be used for off-roading, and they sold it for close on, I'm sure it was $30,000, and the body looked like a piece of crap. I'm just on about the paint, the aesthetics of it. They didn't even bother, and they still managed to sell it. Okay, yeah, imagine it's a futuristic apocalypse where if you have a car broke, you do an A-team treatment to it with no care of cosmetics. It's more if it bolts on and makes it work than use it. So it is kind of what I was suggesting, Paul, which was the Back to the Future DeLorean. George, is that right? And I'd love to have a go at doing one of them, by the way. So in a fashion, yeah, cross with Mad Max Gaslands. Yeah. So as long if it was something along the lines of the apocalyptic type build, you'd class that as a cyberpunk. I think the Americans class it as Gaslands. With you classing it as cyberpunk. No, George, no need to change the challenge, mate. No need to change the challenge. Oh, we've got a bit of debate over the Landy. I think from a model making, from a restorer's point of view, I'd rather do the original Landy as a restoration. I'm not talking about owning it as a vehicle, but from a diecast point of view, I do like the original Landy series. Gasland is a new board table game. You use cards and dice like Warhammer. All right. I have to look that up. There's just much about him, George. I remember the old John Wayne film. Um, I'm sure it's called Safari, and they were using. I'm pretty sure they were using landed in that, and I think that's what um, I seem to recall them using landers. Love them. As a model, that is. Apologetic Series 2. Possible. I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, you know more about it than I do. Gaslands 2 board game. So this is some kind of a apocalyptic game, I take it. The daughter's heavily into the Dungeons and Dragons board game version of that, where you get the almost like Warhammer figures. Talking of which, we've got a Warhammer hobby shop near us. Well, to be fair, George, if that gives us an idea of what we should be making, then video for us, PJ. Is it okay now, mate? I can't believe that this video stream has been going on for 4 hours and 10 minutes. What's the record for the longest video you've ever made? Video froze, PJ. Nope. Sorry, I went for a wee. Okay, is anybody else having problems with the video? Because if that's the case, I might call it a day. You know, Lee, since you were saying good night, I filled my glass and it's empty again. No, I'm out. Let me refresh now, mate. Okay. I don't need an excuse to refill my glass. FYI, George, I've been to Ann Summers and upgraded my adult toys to that bad boy. All right, Mr. J. As always, mate. I don't need to say really. Thank you, though. It's a given. But I will. Thanks, Paul. Appreciate it, mate. And I, as always, appreciate your recommendations, encyclopedic knowledge and advice. There you go. I've built you up a bit. Paul's been out with birds that use the Dremel. For fuck's sake. Cheers, Lee. Okay, I think I'm pretty much run dry on conversation. I tried upgrading, but they threw me out. Gave me shaky handwriting. Yeah, you don't need to. I'm not even going to go there. I'm going to dig myself a world of pain. So I don't mean to cause arguments. I just love all and disrespect Mr. James. You know what? Fair dues. We can't all love the same thing. To each their own. Righto, boys. I'm going to call this. I'm going to call this a night stroke morning. Thanks, everyone, for taking part. It's really appreciated. Okay, guys, have a good one night. Have fun. No arguments, mate. Just nice debates. Absolutely. It's just debates, and we all have our opinions. So, thanks, chaps. Appreciate it. I'll catch you all in. I'll catch some of you in on the Facebook channel tomorrow night in the Rooms video chat. If you can get yourself a bloody phone by then, Mr. James, it would be appreciated. But I don't. Can't, it's a bit short notice. But you can always drop a message in Messenger. Take care, folks, and I'll see you soon. Cheers.